It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
68 degrees right now. Going to get up into the high 70s depending on where you are. It looks like finally we are out of the woods for this crazy weather.
Yeah.
It wasn't as bad yesterday, obviously, but people somewhere on the east side, I had a bunch of friends saying they got caught in like a massive downpour at like the middle of the day.
Yeah, it poured pretty good.
It poured pretty good?
About 15 minutes.
15-minute pour pretty
Yeah.
good? Later in the show, we will get into things in Canandaigua. Like yesterday, they finally were able to step back and assess the damage. I don't know why you're laughing, man. I got a statistic that makes you look like an idiot. An idiot.
Yeah.
Like the dumbest man that ever walked the earth.
One of our good buddies was down there, man, was photographing it and everything, and then had his name out there and everything.
Oh.
He did? Who?
An old radio warhorse.
I missed it. What did I
who
miss?
lives down that way.
Oh, man.
They had a correspondent down there by the name of Steve Houseman.
No kidding.
Everybody knows Steve from the B and the
Sure.
Brother Wee show and PXY. So he got his old ass out there, started taking pictures, and had his name plastered all over Channel 10.
Okay, don't get jealous because
I know.
he's doing more work in retirement than you are at actually working. But I want to start the show.
Yeah.
You know, there are things that you do that you think everybody does because you've never seen anyone else do it before. And I think I stumbled upon one of those things.
What'd you find?
Okay, so I told you guys at the end of the show yesterday, I am wearing a heart monitor right now.
Yeah. I could see it through your shirt.
Yeah, so if you're
Looks like a quarter.
if you're watching the live stream, like it's just it's like a sticker.
Man, get out in the sun, bro.
I'm Irish, man. Sorry to show my nipple, everybody, but yeah. So it's like a sticker, and it like measures
Hey,
my
you need to eat a sandwich, too.
nipples are pretty good.
It's like it looks like
nipples are pretty
What?
good.
Well, I meant like substantial. Like they're not like what are you?
What a weird brag.
I mean like, boobs.
Pretty good nips.
I got good.
Look, you go with what you're good at. But anyway, it's a sticker, and it measures like if I start to have those symptoms I had on the air that sent me to the ER a couple weeks ago. I press this button.
What does it do?
And it records them.
Oh.
And then I take this after I wear it for 2 weeks, and I put it in a box, and I send it back to this company. So
Oh, it's like that ad where you take a dump and you send it away?
Kinda.
Yeah. Which is
But
what,
don't confuse those boxes.
by the way, our listeners have been recording the show and putting that in the box and sending it away because you stupid mouth.
So it's like a little computer chip.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Well, it's monitoring your.
It is
rhythm.
monitoring. Look, they explained it to me, but I was too stupid to follow. And then the woman, the really nice nurse, was like, "You don't understand, do you?" And I was like, "I don't think I do." And she's like, "Okay."
Push to start.
Yes,
That's all you
just
need
push,
to know.
if you don't feel well,
Yeah.
push the button.
Right.
So, one of the rules was I got it put on Monday, and I couldn't shower for 24 hours after they put it on, so it would stick. They also
Yeah.
had to shave my chest,
Yeah.
which is, quick sidebar. The nurse, again, this poor woman, they weren't planning on putting this thing on me that day. I didn't know, so I didn't have a chance to shave my own chest, so she had to do it.
Would they break out a rototiller?
Look who's talking. You patchy-ass, gray-ass, hair-having
I know of what I
ass.
speak.
She's like, she has to get in there. So she's like 3 feet from my face,
Yeah.
shaving my chest.
Ooh.
And like, there was no more an awkward moment in my
Yeah.
life I've ever
Yeah.
had, man. I'm literally like, I could have kissed her.
Yeah, that'd be really uncomfortable.
So finally, after like 5 o'clock last night, I get to take a shower.
Yeah.
And you know how it is. Like, you Jones, I felt grimy.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I can't get it directly wet. And they told me when you get in the shower, it's
Yeah.
What do
okay
you
for
do?
it to get wet, but you can't let the water like fall on
Okay.
it.
How do you take a shower?
She goes, you have to have your back to the shower. So
How do you wash your front?
Okay.
Like around it, I guess.
Well, I didn't think about it. And she tells me, like, okay, no
That's
problem.
impossible.
I did not realize how hard it was to take a shower with only your back to the faucet.
You can't.
Well, that's just it. My wife, I didn't realize, takes back showers
Yeah, but she turns around at some point.
quickly. But, like,
Really?
okay, so I didn't realize until yesterday the entirety of my time in the shower, minus when I'm, like,
been
going in my
facing
ass crack.
it?
Yeah, I'm facing the shower.
Yeah, I am too.
And it was so hard for me. I kept instinctively trying to turn around,
Yeah.
and I'd realize what I was doing. I'm like, and I'm trying to like cover it with my hand.
Yeah, the first thing I do is I get in the shower and facing. I'm adjusting and everything, right?
Yeah, and then
you
you
know,
just-
you wash my hair,
Thank you. Or what's
work
left
my
of
way
it.
down.
Yeah.
But
Of your hair. I mean, that's a quick move for you, right?
look who's talking, brother. Keep running your mouth.
Whoa.
I'm not working on a Friar Tuck on the back of my head before I'm 40.
No, you look like the stove exploded in your face. And it took me like 15 minutes to take this shower.
So how do you wash your balls?
So, well, I
From
you
the
could
back?
angle the shower, probably, right?
I had to
Yeah.
like angle it down, but I couldn't see it.
No,
know
but how
what
do
I mean?
you clean your balls?
So I took
From behind?
So
I
if
am
you
trying to
angle it, so
explain to you how my
it's not
balls-
hitting like above here. right?
Yeah,
Like,
so I angled the faucet down, but I had to do it from behind. So like I had to wait for it to feel it hit my brown eye, and then turn around and then soap up my balls. And I had to get in there good because I hadn't showered for 24 hours.
So do you have like one of those wands, like
yeah,
separate?
I do. Yes,
because that would work on your front.
Okay, so I tried the wand.
But you got to be careful with that thing, man.
Discovered that.
I know, because then you start hitting the ceiling and everything with it.
Oh no, I meant like I was hitting parts of my body that I was like.
Oh, it'll clean you out.
I was discovering things I didn't know I liked.
Yeah.
Hello. What's going on, midlife crisis?
Yeah, you're gonna have a red hot opening for once in your life.
252 WCMF. Do you shower front or do you shower back? Are you a front or back showerer, Kimmy?
I think when I first get in the shower, I have my back to the shower, but I eventually turn around. I move around a lot.
Because I had asked a couple of people in the building today, just out of curiosity, right? Because it's one of those things that you've never seen anyone else do. And even if you're in like a communal shower, like a gym or something, you're not like staring at people showering.
No.
They throw you out.
Yeah, most people are anytime I've ever taken a shower like that, everybody's usually facing the shower.
So here's what I discovered.
Yeah, unless you're turning on like rinsing your hair or something.
But that's what I discovered.
Yeah.
It feels like, at least based on my studying with my wife and the other people who work here, women take showers with their back to the faucet or whatever. What do you call it?
Well,
Head
I mean, that's easiest to wash your hair too. You know what I mean?
But what about your low hair?
Well, it's
Holy crap.
your low hair.
What? That hair too.
Well,
you got
we
to
got about a week left to doing this job.
You got your low hair and your crap hair.
You don't spend the whole time with your back to the shower.
No, but
I mean,
you're going to scrub the muff.
Are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening.
I just said you don't spend the whole time with your back. You eventually turn around.
Scrub de muff is my favorite Olympic French skier. What, you don't remember Scrub de muff from the Montreal Games? Was that winter? That was winter.
Yeah, winter.
Okay, great.
I think I initially get in with my back to the shower because it's like that's how I adjust to the temperature of the shower.
Oh, your back
you know what I
skin
mean?
is
Like
less
it's,
delicate than your
yeah,
front
I think
skin.
so.
Okay.
I think that's what it is.
I always get in. The only time I'm backwards is the crack of my ass. That's it.
Yeah, most of the time.
What about to wash your hair and stuff though?
That's
You know?
like this.
Oh, see, like I bend back so my hair gets into the back of the shower.
That doesn't make any sense.
But that's because it's hitting the back of my head where my hair
Hit the
is.
front of your head.
Well, then you turn around, you rinse the front.
I mean, I'm all over the place.
You're a spinner in there?
Oh, easy.
Yeah, I think I
Spin
move. Like I said, I move around a lot.
I do too.
Sometimes I like to stand sideways, where it's like hitting half you.
What is that? Doesn't make any sense.
And then you turn the other side and you get the other half.
What is that?
I don't know. It's just I like to
understand
move
that.
around.
Wait, sideways?
I don't like to just pick one position and go.
So sideways, yeah, that wouldn't move.
I don't. I've never done that
Because then it's
before.
getting your front and your back at the same time.
No, but you're missing this
Yeah,
part.
but then you hit the other shoulder
Then
eventually.
you rotate around.
Yeah.
Okay. But see, what else I realized, and I don't know if this makes scientific sense, I was cold because it was only on my back. It seems that if it's only on my front, shower keeps me hot. If it was only on my back, like my back was warm, but the rest of my body was cold.
Well, yeah, because it's completely dry, right?
I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I didn't like it. Well, it was running over my shoulders, like I was getting some water.
Yeah, but
like,
that's not enough.
I don't like it at all.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Could you change the way you had to shower if you had to do it now? Because that does happen when it comes to like medical stuff.
Any kind of injury.
Or like when you end up in a new place, if you move into a new home, apartment, whatever, sometimes the shower is too small to shower the way that you showered before, which is a frustration I have when I have to go to like hotels and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I don't know how big people use hotels at all.
What does that mean?
No, he's right. The water pressure always sucks. It's always kind of set lower than your normal shower.
Like your old man, I don't know how he could get into a small shower.
I mean, I think he's just a big person for any shower, so maybe he's used to it.
No, you're right about the head being lower in
It
hotels.
is. It's always lower.
Like I got to do like a squat while I'm washing my hair. And bro, it's way more difficult than you think it is because first of all, hotel showers and bathrooms have the slipperiest floors.
Yes, they do.
Like, what? Do you not get sued? Like, somebody's going to die. So, like, the floor is slippery. I got my feet planted as much as I can. I'm trying to get down into a crouch, but you can only do that for so long before your quads start to burn, right? And I'm trying not to get every hotel shampoo is the most stinging eye shampoo that ever existed
yeah,
on the
because
face
it's
of
like
the planet.
base crappy stuff.
Right, it's the worst scene ever to try and get yourself clean. It sucks. And I got to move all my daughter's hockey equipment out of the bathtub whenever I got to take a
Why
shower.
is it in the bathtub?
You got to air it out. I'm not going to leave it in the middle of the room.
Oh, I thought it was all in the garage.
No, I'm talking about when we're on the road, like doing like hockey tournaments. And stuff.
Oh, yeah. Ugh.
It sucks, bro. You got to keep that bathroom door
Didn't
shut.
think about that.
Yeah.
Ugh. Ugh.
Gross.
So the other weird thing, 252 WCMF talking about not being able to take a front-facing shower because of this heart monitor thing, which is a standard thing that most 38-year-old men deal with. My wife, I was complaining on Monday night after I got it. I go, I feel gross. I can't take a shower tomorrow. I hadn't taken a shower since like 3 o'clock the day before.
Yeah.
Right. And she goes, well, I can give you a sponge bath.
That wouldn't do it for me. I knew a guy that did that like regular.
Wait, what do you mean?
So I was on the road with this one dude, and I open up the bathroom door, didn't know he was in there at this condo we were staying in, and he had a towel on the floor.
Yeah.
He's butt-ass naked.
Right.
He's got a big sponge that he travels with, and he's sponging himself off. He doesn't take, and I said, oh, sorry. He goes, no, because I'm just cleaning up. Like, that's how he cleaned. He didn't take showers or
Was
baths.
he, like, grossed out by showers?
I didn't want to ask.
But that's where you drew the line? You just watched him naked giving himself a
I
sponge bath?
briefly opened and shut, and that's how he bathed.
Did he
And I'm
have,
going,
like, some weird, like, skin condition or something?
He's a
where he
road
could-
comic. You don't want to ask.
That's a good point.
Because we're all weirdos. We're all doing this for a
But
reason.
you would think, like...
We're not that talented.
You would think, like, when you stumbled upon that, he would feel the need to explain.
He did.
You know?
He did. Because I was like, oh, and
Okay.
Well, it wasn't so much the weirdness of it. Yeah, obviously, a sponge bath is not.
It doesn't
gonna get me
clean you.
Fine. What I was getting at, like, my first thought was like, ooh, like that might be sexy. My wife giving me a sponge bath. Why did you shake your head no immediately?
Because I would think it's almost like...
Like, do
it's
you
like
realize
treating
you looked me in the face and said no? Like, do you realize you did that, or was that a
Well,
natural
no, I'm
reaction?
just thinking, like, that's more of, like, taking care of somebody. Like, how could that be sexy?
she's going to bathe you like a mom.
That's what I mean. Like, it's almost like she's bathing her child.
right. It's going to be weird. I don't think it would be sexual either.
Okay, now let me get your pits. You know what I
Yeah.
Why are you ruining this thing?
Yeah, it's not going to be erotic.
How do you know?
It's
What
going
if
to be
I-
a
She's
mom
actually
bath.
trying to clean you.
It's a mom
not,
bath.
Yeah.
What if I but you can like make it erotic while it's happening?
Well, if you get railed up, I guess.
Well, of course that's gonna happen. I got naked.
But you're going to be soapy. Well, hold on.
yeah, soapy rail.
Soapy Rail's my second favorite French skier for the Montreal Games. And oh, go, Soapy Rail.
I thought he had a kids show in the 60s.
Wait, but you said I'll be all soapy. Like, you've never gotten in the shower with someone you're with?
Yeah, but you're
But that's
rinsing
different.
off.
How so?
That's more like
Yeah, I think that's a completely different situation.
because that's fun and sexy and it's not necessary. Her bathing you right
Yeah.
now because of medical
Yes.
condition is because you
Okay.
have a medical condition which is not sexy.
It's not a medical condition. It's a thing that I'm wearing that I can't
for your
get wet.
heart.
Yeah, but it's not
It's
a medical condition.
That's
No,
the definition.
No.
You have a heart monitor
Yeah.
for when you have an issue with
You're-
your heart. That's a medical condition.
You're hooked up to a button right now.
Right.
Okay, first of all, a lot of judgment from
I'm not.
someone that has had scurvy.
Shingles.
Shingles,
You
excuse
had
me,
scurvy.
I had scurvy. And then you look like you're dying every day.
I get the fantasy of it, but when you actually need the sponge
Yeah.
bath, I don't think it's sexy.
She's gonna find your boner gross. That's disgusting.
Well,
this is not what I'm.
She's got to have to wash all your folds and cracks
Right.
and
She's gonna have to wash your ass.
Yeah.
I can wash my
Your
own ass.
stank ass.
I will do my ass. You do everything else. And watch out for my soapy
Well, the
rail.
ass is the number one thing that needs to be clean.
No, I understand, but I can get my own sponge bath ass, right?
Okay.
No, I wouldn't, bro. I'm not that much of a monster where I'd like turn around and be like, okay, do it now, your turn. I would also feel uncomfortable about my wife getting in there, even if she was like gung ho.
Well,
about
and
it.
she of all people would feel the least strange about
Right.
that. I mean, she's a doctor; she
Right.
sees it all.
Sure. Would you be alarmed if your wife gave you a sponge bath and was like
Oh, like
really
into
good at
it?
it? Oh, yeah, into it or good at it?
I don't think I'd mind it. Why?
Well, but that would mean that she like has experience with this.
Well, she's raised two kids.
Well, maybe, but she's never given them sponge baths.
Well, is that how you bathe the baby?
Washcloth. Different.
Oh. I don't know.
Would it raise questions in your head
No, I
why
don't
she was
think
so
so.
good at this or why she
No.
was so into it?
I mean, I would think moms know how to bathe. I mean, it would disturb me if here's what would disturb me. Now that you put this in my head, if I was a young guy dating somebody my age and she was really good at it, like, where did that skill come from if you're 25 years old?
Can I share? I don't know if I shared this story on the air. Can I share a story with you now that you
Well,
just
I
popped
don't
this
know
in
if
my
I
Sorry.
don't think you've
Right.
ever shared this on the air.
Okay. It was one of the strangest nights of my life.
Was this that bathtub thing?
Yeah. Did I tell you this?
No, you told us off air.
You told
Okay.
this. Yeah, you told the story, but I don't think it was on air.
Okay. So I'm in my early 20s, and I'm seeing this girl.
Yeah.
And this girl was Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. And I couldn't figure out why she was out of my league.
Oh, yeah.
And I couldn't figure out why, okay. And one night I figured out why. She invites me over. I had a show that night. I was in town, and she goes, after you're done, come out.
All right.
So it's like midnight. I walk into her apartment, and it's like that time of your life where everyone's getting their own apartments for the first time. So it's still like a novelty, right? So I open the door, and she's in like this like short skirt and heels, and like she's dressed to the nines in her house.
But she's skanky.
Yes.
You're in a skirt and heels at midnight in your house.
Yeah,
you
but
were
it's
skank.
intentional. It's an intentional, sexy outfit.
I get.
Okay.
She's skanked up.
I get.
I get.
I like America. I get.
She was side skank.
USA, New York Yankees.
All right. So what happened?
So she makes me dinner.
Right.
She had made me dinner. She made me chicken parm and pasta.
Oh,
which I'm
nice.
like, hey, all right, this is
Nice.
great, right? 20
Carb up.
Fantastic, right? She then goes, come upstairs. And I'm like, oh.
Right.
So it's this old house in the 19th Ward. We go upstairs, and she goes, go in the bathroom. Take your clothes off. I was like, okay. And I'm expecting I'm going to come out of the bathroom.
Yeah.
And she follows me into the bathroom while I'm naked. And she turns on the bathtub, and she starts lighting candles around the tub. And
Yeah,
I'm
what's with girls and candles when we're about to have sex?
I don't know, but whatever. I'm not, bro.
Mood lighting.
No, I feel like I'm at church.
I'm on the goal line, man. I'm not going to say anything.
No, I understand.
So I'm like, okay, I don't know where this is going, but I'm excited to see it. And she goes, get in the bathtub.
Ooh.
Now, I'm 6'3",
Yeah.
and this is an old 19th
Oh
Ward
my
house.
God! You had to look like crumpled up.
I couldn't straighten my legs, so
Yeah.
I'm like balled up in this bathtub, and I'm sitting there naked, and she's still clothed.
Is there water in the tub?
There was water in the tub. Water in the tub. She takes out a washcloth, and she starts to bathe me.
Oh. So this is what she's into. This has got to be her fetish.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Or
if
she
it's
saw it in a movie.
Or yeah, she thinks maybe guys are into this, or like she
I'm
was.
trying to
Bathing.
think of like at that time if there was like a movie out where like
I'm
this
thinking of
was
9.5
thing.
weeks. I think there's a scene in 9.5 weeks similar to this.
I don't know that movie.
I don't either.
It's one of the most erotic movies you'll ever watch.
Well,
that ain't porn.
Okay, I lived it. If this is it, and it's not erotic, because I have never been more uncomfortable in my life. Because she was like, she kept trying to like look me in the eye while she was like washclothing me. But I felt like a walrus.
Yeah,
at the
Yeah, this is strange.
Yeah. And by the way, it takes too long. Where are we going?
Yeah.
with this?
It took forever. So, and
Because
like,
then you're just kind of like half wet, I guess. Like you're
Yeah.
not even. You have to like dry off after that.
And then run into bed.
Yeah.
I think that there are moments in every man's life where you're dating a woman out of your league, and you realize in that moment why she's with you. And as she was wiping my back down with a washcloth,
This guy looks like he needs a bath.
Why? I don't know. I don't
She's a
know
weirdo.
But she was into it, and it was in that moment that I was like, yeah, I don't know if I can do this anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know how many baths I can take from this woman.
Isn't it weird how like you would think if somebody explained that to you, you wouldn't think like that's where you would have to draw the line in terms of like I can't. I'm not in a mood anymore.
It was it was insane, Kimmy. It was absolutely insane. And I think maybe that she thought like she was going to get in too, but then like
Where you fitting in?
that was it. Like she saw me get in the tub and
Yeah.
realized
Straddle the
there's no
rails.
space.
No room here.
I don't know. Maybe she backed herself into a corner, and I feel bad. But yeah, it was that moment that night. I was like, okay, this is coming to an end.
Yeah, there's just certain things that aren't sexy, and I don't think that's sexy.
It was not sexy.
Yeah.
All right, we got a dynamite, don't bathe your husband, boyfriend kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Oh, it's hate time.
Yep, Hate Man of the Week coming at you. We told you a story like 2 weeks ago. It was a really sad story. Now, it ended up having a happy ending. A dog hit out of nowhere by an arrow in the town of Greece.
Jesus.
And it involved two people that were doing something in their backyard that was very reckless, very dangerous, and also very illegal. But it's that last part that a listener has an issue with. Because our discussion quickly touched on the fact that why would you be shooting a crossbow in your backyard in a busy town? This man has a problem with it.
Oh, really?
Well,
Okay.
when
So
you,
he's pro-era?
it's not that he's pro-era, he's pro-freedom.
Oh.
Because when you own something in America,
Yeah.
how is the government going to tell you what you can and can't do on that property?
All right.
And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, we're going to read you a statistic. And it's a hilarious statistic that you two might actually buy into.
Oh.
And it all has to do with the most popular shows, documentaries that are on every streaming service right now.
Are you going to ruin stuff for us?
No, it's just you shouldn't be this stupid.
So then, yes.
That
Yeah.
being said,
Yes, he is.
if you are of a certain age and grew up in Rochester, New York, this might be the one place in America where this statistic might hold up.
Okay.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You can be forgiven for being surrounded by something and thinking it's bigger than it is.
Yeah, sure.
But, I mean, even, like, the dumbest person would have to sit for a second and think, wait a minute, there's no way.
What are you getting at?
Look, the statistic is ridiculous.
Right.
And for every other city in America, anyone who thinks this is dumb. However, if you are over a certain age and have grown up in Rochester, New York, we may be the one place in the country where this holds true.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, a man who may set a record here in the break room for doing, allegedly, the most illegal stuff at one time.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
It's almost a work of art.
Really?
What this man was able to allegedly do.
Real multitasker.
We'll get into it
All right.
just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. 1 in 5 Americans believe they have interacted with a serial killer.
Oh.
Like
Thoughts?
just somebody out in public, and you didn't know they were a serial killer.
At some point, knowing or unknowing,
Okay.
1 in 5 Americans,
Interesting.
20% of the country believe at some point they have interacted with a serial killer.
I guess I've never thought of that.
Tommy, thoughts now that I say that out loud?
Well, I mean, I've directly interacted with 2.
Okay, but yes, you're not.
But you went in there knowing.
No, one I told you that guy at work we found out was trying to kill one of the
Oh,
kids at work.
damn.
He in Florida. He came down from Michigan. Turned out he had killed multiple people up in Michigan.
Okay, I understand that there are people listening who have interacted with serial killers.
But that
let's-
makes sense.
No, okay, I'm going to tell you a number. You ready?
right.
There were 330 million Americans.
Right.
So 1 in 5 would be about
100
50 million Americans.
That think they believe they've come in contact
Yeah.
with a serial, not even knowing it. Or
No,
knowing
no.
it.
Well, so maybe it would be more than that. It would be more than 50 million Americans at some point have come in contact with a serial killer.
Well, I mean, it's what they believe, right?
No, yeah, well, it's what they think. Yes.
Or they just think statistically they
Yeah.
should.
I mean, yeah, I think those numbers are pretty high. But then again, somebody like my sister would watch America's Most Wanted and swear to God they were in her deli the next day. She was serious. Like, that murder took place in Denver, and you think it made that down to Jupiter, Florida.
And what you're saying is why this is actually
Yeah.
happening. All these Netflix documentaries
Oh,
that
yeah.
you two love to
Yeah.
watch
Yeah.
makes it seem like there's a serial killer every 15 feet. And it turns out that everyone has grossly overestimated how many monsters there are out there. Because, fun fact, as of 2020, the United States, in the history of its country, has 3,613 documented serial killers.
3,000?
Yeah, and that sounds like a lot. However,
Or you stretch it out over.
yeah, since 1776. And there has been a massive decline in serial killers in America after a peak in the late 1970s and early 1980s. So your chance of coming across one now is massively lower than back in the day. Also, fun side fact.
What's that?
The dip in known serial killers in America coincides with the decline in leaded gas.
Oh.
I don't know if that means anything, but it's a thing.
So the leaded gas is making us crazy.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, give you a
kind
brain
of
damage.
got rid of it.
Yeah.
Maybe. So with all that being said, and as we laugh at these people who believe, the 1 in 5 people believe at some point they've come across a serial killer in their life, that may actually be something around here.
Well, because we had high-profile serial killers from this town.
If you're over the age of 50 and were born and raised in Rochester, New York, it may actually not be crazy that 1 in 5 people have interacted with a serial killer. To your point, Arthur Shawcross, the double letter killer, Angelo Buono, Keith Bianchi, who together were known as the Hillside Strangler.
Yeah.
All of those guys were in this town around the same time. And I say guys, I mean, I guess it's possible the double letter killer was a woman. We'll never know, right?
But even if people haven't had direct interactions with those people, everybody seems to have a story of some type of incident, or they knew somebody involved, or you know what I mean? Like it seemed like everybody that lived here in a certain time had some kind of connection to somebody.
Well, but even, I mean, look, there are people, Kimmy, listening right now that don't know at some point they
Could have
came across Arthur
stood
Shawcross
in line at Wegmans.
Yes,
yeah.
I mean, Kenneth Bianchi was at the gym at the same time you were when you were in high school. Like, it's not out of the question that happened. And when you consider the population of Rochester at the time, even having 4 or 5 active serial killers means at one point it's pretty good that 1 in 5 people, pretty good odds, 1 in 5 people in Rochester would have come across one of these guys.
Yeah.
That's a pretty scary thought.
It is, but it's also, I mean, it just seems like this community had a very unique situation with serial killers.
That's an interesting way to put it. You sound like you're a politician.
Because another famous serial killer went to college here.
Ooh.
Joel Rifkin.
Oh, right.
Went to Brockport, and he was like the most prolific serial killer in New York history.
So would he have been here around the same time as these guys?
He would have been here in late 70s.
Okay, so around the same time.
Now, I don't know if he killed anybody here.
But you still would have come across him.
He was working on his plan. Yes.
Wow.
So, I mean.
So we even educate him.
You have at minimum, in the late 1970s, 5 serial killers that were walking around the greater Rochester area. So
where's that plaque?
I mean, there are 2 very different types of people, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There are folks that embrace the macabre idea that these serial killers are walking around, and there are people who are deeply disturbed by it. Because, I mean, let's not forget.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to think that I have. You know what I mean? Like, it's something that I'd be in denial about because I don't want to think that I've come across anybody capable of that. You know what I mean?
I mean, and let's not forget, like, even, the people that want to, like, I guess celebrate would be the wrong word, but talk about all this stuff. Like, I mean, there are still family members of the victims that live in Rochester.
But, bro, it's a form of entertainment, to your point. Like, when I watch Netflix, there's a ton of this stuff out there.
I never got it. I mean, we've had this discussion 1,000 times. I think you guys are weird. I think you guys are sick. I don't get why watching a documentary about someone who murdered a bunch of people.
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it's scary. It's like a horror movie, but it's real life.
It's the same. Every documentary is the same. Everyone is the same documentary.
No.
You haven't watched them.
I know.
I've watched
How can you make that? I don't watch this, and you just made a statement
Some of them
that they're
are
all
different.
the same, Mike Muley.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You read one book and read them all.
Are you doing something I do every day? I don't like it.
No, but you made a statement.
I don't like the thing that you
make
do.
sense.
I think probably that
I
they're
don't
all
look
the
at
same.
it. Let me tell you about it.
Maybe probably.
This is like us saying we don't enjoy watching hockey and you getting upset.
I don't get upset. I just think you're dumb. Look, but I'm making a factual statement. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. 1 in 5 Americans believe at some point they've interacted with a serial killer, which is a ridiculous thing to think based on how many serial killers are moving around the United States based on the population of America.
Yeah.
However, it's not out of the question that if you are over the age of 50 and were born and raised in Rochester, you actually have a 1 in 5 chance of having bumped into a serial killer.
You could have been
at some
alone
point.
with that person and not even know,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you're right. Let's talk to, for goodness sake, 252-WCMF. I'm sorry. Let me fix my phones real quick. We got Facebook messages coming in while I'm doing that. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Ron. Ron says to us, I knew Arthur Shawcross as a young boy, just seemed like a normal person. I couldn't believe it when he showed up on the news.
So we had a guy on the show years ago they lived in the same apartment complex as he was when Shawcross was a kid or a young man. And he used to babysit them.
Oh,
yeah.
Wait, Shawcross
babysat him.
Oh my God, that would freak me out.
Yeah, like watched him, when the mother went out to do the grocery shopping.
Yeah, when you're the
and
most
stuff.
vulnerable person.
All right, we got it fixed. I'm sorry. Joe's on CMF. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, Tommy, it was nice meeting you the other day, brother.
Oh, is this Joe the postman?
Possibly.
Mr. Postman.
Hey, you want to hear a funny story? So back in the day, we were younger. We'd pop in the $50 after work on Fridays. Shawcross would be in there, and the girls all told us all he wanted to do was pay them to watch their ankles. He had a fantasy about watching their ankles. That was all he wanted to do.
Okay. Easy money, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much, right? But you could be Amish and turn them on.
He would pay a girl and just have her dance, and all he wanted to do was focus on her ankles. They told us.
Okay, so were you in there at one point while he was in there too?
I wouldn't know, Tommy. I don't know that. Maybe it was just conversation, Duffy. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right.
I don't remember that far back.
Hey, look, you and him had the same interests.
That would also freak me out, man. Like, hey, we keep going to the same place.
We're all going down to the boob shack.
You guys have a good one, man.
Thanks,
Take
kid.
care.
I will
Joe.
say, like, there are times.
Hey, can I just stop you?
Yeah.
Next time somebody says nice to meet you, just go, yeah, it was great to see you too.
What?
Yeah, instead of looking confused.
Oh, who are you?
Well, I remember I went to the post office and I met the guy Joe.
Okay, well, way to use the power of deduction to
Well,
figure
it takes
out.
me a minute. I'm old.
It takes me a minute.
I got an old brain,
I'm
man.
in a pasta. I got to dig it. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
Now that I'm thinking about it, it's not so much that I'm somebody that thinks that odds are I've been in the same room as a serial killer or been in the same place. But there are interactions that you have with some people, and you're like, wow, that person could be capable of some weird things.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
not necessarily that I think they've done anything, but, if something weird popped up in the news, they may be my first thought.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fair thing to do to people?
I don't know if somebody was paying girls in a bar to watch their ankles.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there are lots of different weird fetishes.
Yeah, you're
Just
right.
because you
You're
have
right.
a strange fetish doesn't mean that you're a serial
You're right,
killer.
but it would be the person that stands out in your head.
Yeah, but like if you told me like so and so did something horrible, there are people that would go, oh yeah, that kind of makes
Checks
sense.
out.
Now it's all making sense.
But that's 95% of the people you know. You find that weird thing in everybody.
Yeah, but we got a
Some
lot
are
of
weirder
it.
than others.
We got a lot of it, bro.
Kimmy, he thinks you're one of them.
No,
without
she's not doing
Without
nothing.
question. If she did something, you would be on the back and
Maybe
be like,
it's
oh.
you. Maybe it's you.
Really?
Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's you. Maybe I think you.
Bro, if anyone is going to be a serial killer in this room, it's you.
How?
You're kidding me.
What's
You
a
have said
serial
multiple,
killer?
kind of fit the bill.
and you said
What?
multiple times that you would have sex in front of your comatose mother. You've talked about your mother's weird body. We all know
Yep,
what kind of
yep.
weird mother stuff serial killers got going on.
I've also complimented your mother.
You're OCD. You have to dress impeccably at all times. You only eat the cleanest of foods. Oh, boy.
I don't want to put anything dirty in my body.
Hold on. Let's take a break before we get too weird here. This has to be a record. A man from our area who has done the most illegal things we've ever seen at the same time in the history of the break.
Oh.
And it just keeps getting better and better. And here's the thing. By the end of it, the way that it all works out,
Yeah.
you may even feel sympathy for this man.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. most crime stories involve one crime.
Yeah.
After you hear these allegations, those folks accused of just one crime may be underachievers.
Oh.
Because you can make the argument that this man, if the allegations are true, could not have broken more laws at the same time than he did if he tried.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, someone in this room is in quite the pickle.
Oh, yeah.
Because if they go and try and figure out from the person they handed this to what the deal is, they are going to look like a massive old man. You know what? I came down here, and I put a stamp on it, and now I'm standing in front of you because something went wrong.
I don't know what to do, man.
But we understand why you'd want to figure it out.
Well,
I'm not a bank.
There is another way to figure it out, though. You could call the person this was intended for.
Wish I would look like a huge, bigger than I already am, a-hole.
Yeah, like it might be one of the most classless things you've
ever
done.
But I don't know what to do.
Well, maybe our listeners can help you. Somebody's got to have an idea that can get you out of this.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
The only way it's going to cost me.
Oh.
I think it's going to cost you either way.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to cost you either way.
But I this is like the most I've ever done.
Which isn't saying much, by the way.
What?
What are you what? More quotes like that.
It's a lot of money.
Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, this story comes to us from Williamson, and it started
what happened?
without a crime at all.
It's a small town.
It is. But it doesn't sound like this person lived in the town.
All right.
Authorities were called for a car fire
Jesus.
on the 4th of July around 11 p.m. on Route 104.
Okay.
So it sounds like the car was off to the side of the road.
And on a fire.
Yes, like the car was
Country
burning.
fire.
The car was burning when they got there. So they put the fire out.
Yeah.
But we don't have any details as to why the car caught fire in the first place. It turns out there were more pressing issues than just the car fire at the time.
Really?
Authorities say while they were talking to the driver of the car that was on fire, they suspected he had been drinking.
Okay.
Police say he admitted in that moment that he had had 5 Coronas and decided to drive home. He also, according to police...
That sounds like a country tune.
I had 5 Coronas and
5 Coronas and I'm behind the wheel.
He also, according to police, had an open container in the car.
Okay.
Which, if that was the case...
So that's your 6th Corona?
Just as a 6th Corona. But if you had the open container, why was the car on fire?
Yeah. Okay.
So it turns out he had a BAC of .09. He was arrested for a DWI. But we're not done. Police, while investigating the car fire, realized the car itself had switched plates on it.
Well, a lot going on here.
Well, it's something I have done.
When asked about that issue, the driver said he had just bought the 2008 Dodge Caliber and put the plates on the car to get home. If that story is true, it means that this man bought a car on the 4th of July.
It's a busy day.
Got drunk before bringing it back to his house, and in between getting it home and having 5 beers, somehow it burst into flames. But the funniest part of the story, there's nothing in the details to suggest that he's lying about that.
So this all could have really been bought the car.
It doesn't say the car was stolen. It doesn't say that he didn't have insurance. He was honest with the police about the beers.
Okay.
So maybe it's possible he really had some bad luck mixed in with the bad decisions. So, an allegedly drunk driving your car you just bought on the 4th of July with switch plates that burst into flames on the ride home, that would be a hell of a story if it ended that way. But we still have one more tiny detail to share.
What's that?
Authorities say when they searched the car after they put it out, they found 5 baggies of crack cocaine in the trunk.
Oh, man, crack.
He also had crack! The 42-year-old driver was taken to the Wayne County Jail. He was charged with the aforementioned DWI, felony possession of a controlled substance, open container in a motor vehicle, switch plates, and the cherry on top of it all. You ready?
Yeah.
He didn't have a driver's license. He did not have a driver's license, according to police. All of this, he did all of these things, according to police, without a driver's license.
That's impressive.
Which I guess in the grand scheme of things is the least dangerous thing to be accused of in this story.
They say how old he is?
42.
All right. That's a little long in the tooth for... that kind of driving.
But it was only one crime for every 8 years of his life.
Yeah, that's true.
So if he just bought the car that day,
on the 4th of July,
did he have another car Because you know how, like, you buy a new car, you lease a new car, you got to switch all your stuff from your old car into your new car.
Sure,
like,
sure.
Was that stuff just maybe in his old car and he's like, I got to transfer it over? Or did he have all this stuff on him when he bought the car?
You mean the alleged crack cocaine?
Yes.
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, you wouldn't want to leave your crack cocaine behind in your
but
other
that
car.
seems like a lot of stuff to maybe have
Load
on
in.
you
Yeah.
when you're just purchasing a new car.
Yeah.
I guess it's also possible the guy came into a bunch of money,
Good.
right? So he went out and got himself a car.
So these are some errands he had to run
went
after.
out and partied,
Yeah.
got himself some
Right.
crack cocaine. He was going to have himself fun, and all of a sudden the car burst into flames. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Couple of things to think about.
What's going on?
One, if the allegations are true, how does one man make so many poor choices in such a short period of time?
That's impressive.
Most people will go their whole lives without breaking the amount of laws that this man allegedly did in this story. And then, not only that, he's accused of doing all of these things in a matter of hours.
Yes.
Hours.
He was really, really excited about his car.
Okay,
Time to
possible.
party.
Second question. Why the hell were you standing next to the flaming vehicle on 104?
Oh.
Well, where are you going?
Well, yeah. I
Okay.
understand that.
Okay, well, here,
It's late at night on a country road.
You waiting for a ride, maybe?
Yeah, you're just waiting for somebody to help you, maybe.
okay, so walk through this with me.
By the way, you're also buzzed.
Yeah. Fine.
Right.
Walk through this with
All
me.
right.
All right, you just bought this car, according to him, right? You can assume it's not even registered to him, seeing as how it has switch plates on
Yeah.
it. Fair? Okay. I'm not here to aid and abet a guy allegedly doing all this illegal stuff. But if that car was put out by authorities, right, you were going to get in trouble for everything you got in trouble
sure.
for. They were going to see the switch plates. They were going to find the crack cocaine.
Yeah, they're going to figure it out.
They were going to find out you were drunk when they were talking to you. Also, even if you didn't call the cops, someone was going to call the cops for a car on fire
Yes.
on 104.
Kind of sticks out.
Why would you not run away from the car?
All right.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
chance that they'll never know who you were because you're not registered with that car, i.e. switched license plates.
But I will say this. So, like, I've done some of this stuff, not in one day, but I drove with illegal plates,
Okay.
no insurance,
Okay.
no registration, nothing on this car in Florida.
The tires are made out of crackers.
Yes. And, like, I lived in fear all constantly driving this car that somebody's just going to rear end me, a car accident, something, and I'm stuck, and they're going to find all this out, right?
Sure.
But I'm pretty sure I had, like, if that happened to me, I would probably stay with the car. I wouldn't run.
Why?
Yeah.
Because where am I going?
Away from the car.
But where? Like, if I'm 50 miles from my house
Yeah.
and I have nothing, I don't think I think I would stand there.
Okay, so here are your two options.
Yeah.
You can stay with the car.
Because they're going to
and-
figure it out.
Well, in your case, maybe. Well, no, because if you didn't have
not
insurance,
registered
registration, and
to
switch
you.
plates, they would not have known that was your car unless you had something with your
But
name on
you
it.
But that
inside
did
the
car
car.
was
purchase it.
registered to somebody in
Yeah.
my family.
Okay, well, if you can get to them and say, don't say nothing, you're good.
Yeah.
My car was
Yeah,
stolen.
I guess so.
I mean, look, in this case, if this guy really bought the car that day
Yeah.
and the plates were switched, if there was nothing in the car that had his name on it, there would be no way to attach him to that car. And let's be real here. If they find a car on fire with no body in it, I
Yeah.
mean, how much of an investigation are you
I
going to
don't
do?
know.
Sometimes it just happens. He would have gotten away. Had he run away from the
well,
car.
you have a good shot. You're right.
Right? And I mean, in a world of cell phones, all you would have to do is call someone, say, hey, I'm at Charlie's down the street. I'm eating a cheeseburger. Come and get me. And if the cops walk in, I don't know nothing about that flaming car. I saw it too. You should probably put that out.
So did they found all this stuff in the car after the fire was put out?
Okay, so I'll give you the details again.
Okay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Authorities were called to a car fire on the side of 104 just after 11 o'clock on the 4th of July. According to police, when they got there and put the car out, they noticed the driver had been drinking. Suspected. BAC'd him. He blew a .09. He admitted before that he had had 5 beers and he had an open container in the car. Police then say they noticed it had switch plates. He said, the driver, that he had just bought the car that day and put the plates on the car to get it home. He also had no driver's license while he was doing that. Police then say they searched the trunk and found 5 baggies of crack cocaine. He was arrested, charged with everything possible in the world. So your initial question, Kimmy, was?
I was gonna say, so they found all this stuff after the car was on fire.
Yes.
So after they put it out, they found all this stuff. So like that guy didn't even luck out enough to the point where the fire destroyed all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They put the car out before it burned the crack
Yeah.
cocaine up. Which I guess, well, would everyone get high if the crack cocaine burned?
and in the
No,
air.
I mean, you'd have to really inhale it.
It had 5 baggies, though.
yeah.
Yeah, but that could be small.
Okay.
And yeah, I think you would have to really be in a closed area.
You mean like someone
like
putting
on a
fire?
pipe?
Oh, well, like on a pipe. No, I understand how you smoke crack cocaine.
Right, but I don't think you get like secondhand buzz off of crack.
Okay, I mean there are people that get contact highs walking through marijuana clouds.
The people I know that did crack didn't seem to have like secondhand crack problems.
Secondhand crack would be a
like
great.
in our family.
Secondhand crack would be a great dad cover band.
Oh yeah.
We're secondhand crack, thank you. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Redneck. Hey Redneck, how are you, brother?
How you doing this morning, fellas?
Nick.
So, I've sort of been in this situation before. Back when I was younger, I was a big D-bag, and I bought a car. I had bum plates on it. They weren't the plates to the car. But I worked on a farm that was cross lots from where I lived. So there was a big laneway. I'd take the car there. So I blew a tire about a mile away from the farm, swerved off the road, hit a tree, ripped the plates off, and walked back home. And they never knew whose car it was.
Damn.
If that guy would have tore the plates off the car and just hitchhiked back to where he was, he'd be a lot farther ahead than facing all the money he's going to have to pay now.
You're right. Now, in the defense of this guy, though, no, here's the thing. I can respect a man because he was surprisingly cooperative, Redneck, according to the details. And I can respect a guy who knows when he's beat, right? Like maybe
he's
it's just,
pinched.
it's to the point where it's like, okay, I can't give it up. But Redneck, in the defense of him, if he was going to try and rip the plates off, the car's on fire, Redneck.
Yeah.
It's on fire.
That's a good point.
Okay, well, don't call anybody and let it burn to the ground, and you don't have any plates, any crack, or anything.
Somebody else could have called.
It sounds like somebody else called Redneck, that he was standing there and then the police rolled up without him expecting. Because why would the police show up to a flaming car on the side of 104 on the 4th of July?
Right, I know. You need to get more patriotic.
Redneck, great to talk to you, buddy.
Right. All right, see ya.
There goes Redneck.
I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, because you know how like there was a period of time where there were a bunch of cars showing up in different bodies of water.
Yeah, they were finding them in the lakes and the rivers.
We never like heard. Most of them, they never made any connection to anybody, or at least we never heard about it.
Yeah. I mean, I assume those cars were stolen, and if I saw a story where like flaming car found on 104, I would assume somebody stole it, joyrode it, and then that was the end of it.
That too,
right? All right, let's take a break.
All right. It ain't funny, man.
Oh, it's hilarious,
bro.
What?
This sucks.
No,
this is why I hate doing nice stuff.
There is an easy way out of this.
There isn't.
No, there is. There was one thing you could have done, and if you did it, you're fine. You're golden.
No, I'm not golden.
No, you are.
because even if it was the answer was a certain way, he's still kind of on the hook, right?
I don't know. We'll figure this out. But look, the bottom line is, you are in a no-win situation right now because if you show up at that place that may have screwed something up.
But they're not even going to know.
Oh, well, maybe. I don't know. Well, the only way you're going to know is if you go down there and talk to somebody at your age, the way that you look. Excuse me.
Well, that's one option.
Okay, the other option is just to simply call the person and say, hey, listen, did you get that thing? Did you get it? You don't call me?
Did you get my generosity?
Tommy needs some help, and he needs help bad. And there may be a way out of this that we're not thinking.
All right.
Help Tommy, please. Or don't, and let him twist to the wind. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. stuck in a no-win situation.
Oh,
If he doesn't say anything, he runs the risk of being ripped off for a ton of money.
yes.
If he does say something and his suspicions are wrong, he looks like a massive prick to one of his oldest friends.
Yes.
Or people just trying to do their job.
Mm-hmm.
They say sometimes the best thing to do is to let sleeping dogs lie. But this man is ready to wake up some dogs. And no matter what the reality is, it's going to make his life a hell of a lot harder.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:30. We finally got the assessment of all the damage that happened after the weather earlier this week in Canandaigua yesterday.
Boy.
Bro, I don't know. Like, you can't just keep making that voice. It was legitimate issues. There were legitimate issues.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're going to sound so stupid, more than you normally do, when we get to it, just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So an old friend of yours had a monumentous life event.
Yeah, so Beth Donahue, the woman that got me this job.
Thanks a lot, Beth. Thank you. Everyone in Rochester, thanks you.
So I found out because she was in town for a few days that she was buying a new house, their first home ever. Her and her husband were moving into a new house, their first house. So I owe her everything. So I figured, hey, this would be a great way to step up and get her a really nice housewarming gift.
Okay.
Kind of to say more thank you for the gig than actually the housewarming. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
I was
so
kind of
you
using it
never-
as a vehicle.
So you had never like gotten her like a thank you gift in the past?
I
for
have,
getting
but
you-
not like this.
No,
Okay,
he was going to
gotcha.
get to it,
Gotcha,
30
gotcha.
years later.
I did get her something, but I had no money back then.
Yeah,
Okay.
not like
So
today.
you-
Not
you-
like
you
today
wanna-
where you're rolling in
You
it.
see this shirt?
Yes, I do.
So I went and got her a gift card and a housewarming card saying, hey, congratulations on your new house.
How much?
It's the most money I have ever gotten for a gift card that I've ever given anybody.
$80. What?
$80.
Whoa,
Mike.
how much? How much?
You broke ass.
How much?
I got her a gift card for $500.
Whoa! By the way, classy guy wouldn't have said it.
Yes, me!
No, you would have been like,
Well,
it's enough. You could have said
okay,
it. I bet $500.
Bro, I've
we
never
did-
spent that kind of money on a card.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry, Kimmy. You were going to say
No,
something?
I mean, it kind of adds to the whole story of it all, right? I mean, like he may not care about the situation if it was less than that.
Okay, so $500. All right,
Right.
so what do you do?
so I get the card. Obviously, the card's a little heavy, so I take it down to the post office, so I got to pay extra postage for it.
There you go. $500 weighs a little more than $80. I don't know if you know that. What you were saying?
So I go to the post office, and off it goes. All right, and I kind of forgot about it for a couple of days, and I realized, man, I haven't heard from Beth yet because I figured, she'd thank me.
Reach out.
Yeah. So just a text or something.
Yeah.
So
Even if it's to be upset with you for getting her the gift card.
right. So I sent it out on a Tuesday, and I told you Monday, the following Monday, I said, I think I got ripped off here, man.
Okay, so it's
It got lost along the way.
Yeah, because I said I haven't heard from Beth, and it's been over a week. She lives in Nashville. Can't take that long for a card to get to Nashville. So I have not heard from Beth.
Okay.
It is now Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
I still haven't seen anything, and they've been interacting on Instagram about their house and things that are going on. I ain't heard nothing.
Oh.
So I'm figuring either it got to her, she never called to thank me or said, give me a thank you, or I got ripped off through the mail. I mean, it's the only two explanations.
Okay. All right. Well, there's
But it's $500,
I mean, like, it's
man.
a lot of money. I get it.
I don't have $500.
I know. I understand. It's a lot of money. All right. There's a.
I've never had a raise.
And you never deserved it, so it's not like you can be upset.
Right.
There's an easy way to fix this.
No, there isn't.
No, there is. All you have to do is take the receipt that they gave you at the post office, and on there is a tracking number, and it will tell you where
Bro, it's not like that. It's not like I sent it like airmail
No,
crap.
anything you send, if you paid for it with your card, they gave you a receipt. Did you keep the receipt?
Yeah, but there's no tracking number on postage like that.
Almost positive
It's standard
there is.
postage.
You have the receipt.
Yeah, there's no tracking number in standard. So all I did was, it only cost me a few more cents to send it.
Oh, but did they ask you if you wanted to insure it when you handed it to her?
No, because it's just a.
They did.
No, they didn't.
It's standard. When you go up there and you put it on there, they ask you how would you like
It's
to
not
send
a package.
it. Okay, fine.
Well, I didn't do it. They didn't ask me any of
I
that.
love how you, the first time in the history of the U.S. Postal Service, would you like to...
But by the way-
Hey, I'm moving quick. I got lunch coming up.
All they're gonna say is, what? We don't know where it is.
Well, they would tell you if it got there.
Yeah, we saw. All right, so that's what you can do. So you can go down. You can go down to the post office. Excuse me. I'd like to speak to the postmaster. I spent the extra money after you raised the price of stamps, which I was not happy about in the first place.
75 cents.
All you have to do is go down to the post office and
talk to somebody. But that's not
going
to give me my answer.
No, Kimmy's right.
Because if it got ripped up, let's say somebody in the postal service stole it.
Oh wait, you're already assuming.
Oh, that's where your mind went.
Alleging a postal worker stole.
Well, bro, how many stories have we had? Where
we have had quite a few.
Yeah, so
We've
I'm
had
thinking
3.
That's a lot.
3 in a year.
In like 5 years.
And it turns out some of those
the first
people
one happened during COVID.
And by the way, that's what we know about.
Man.
So all they're going to tell me is it's lost. Or it didn't get there. We don't know.
All right. Well,
they're not going to say, oh, yeah, Chuck took it.
Okay, well, then there's another easy solution to this. Just call up Beth to see if it got
there. Then I don't want to do that because then I'm going to look like a big a-hole.
Yeah, because what if she did get it and she just didn't feel the need to reach out?
What are you talking about?
Hey, I'm waiting for my thank you over here.
What are you talking about, Captain Class? Hey, just going to see if you got the $500 I sent you.
But if somebody sent me $500, man, the first thing I would do is thank them.
Okay.
Unless she just hasn't opened it yet, or
how do you have a card?
It could end up in a pile of mail. You said she's moving, right?
Excuse me. Where's my thank you? I gave you so much money and you didn't say anything. Hello, Beth. I would like my thank you, please.
And look, man.
Oh, is that Mike Muley that just walked through the room? I'm sorry. Where'd he go?
And I know they're like broke right now, so I know it just really means a lot to them.
Wait, you're speaking for her? This thing, apparently it doesn't really mean a lot to her because if she got it, she ain't call your ass.
They don't even have HBO, bro. I mean, it's tough down there right now. You know what Southern poor is like, bro.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen it. All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the right move for Tommy to remedy this situation? You cannot call her.
But then I'll never know.
No, well, look.
Again, if I go to the post office, would they go, well, we don't know where it is. It's lost.
Look, you can't call her yet.
Then I'm out $500.
Okay, but even if you go down to the post office and they say that, you're out $500.
Right.
So if you call her, you're still out $500 and you just look like a classless bitch.
Yeah, but
what?
I gotta know. What do I do?
Okay, look, Kimmy's right. She just moved into a new home. She has a full-time job.
Yes, she does.
It is possible.
And they work hard.
It's possible she opened the card, was touched, and hasn't had time to reach out to thank you
yet. You
yet.
can't text me.
It's also possible that she's doing something nicer than a simple text, like an actual thank you card or something.
Oh, like a thank you card back?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you text her or call her and go, if you got it, you will look like the biggest a-hole that ever a-holed. Because if she did get it and she didn't call you, not only is she going to feel bad, she's going to think you're a dick. So now you're doing a double. Look at that. It's an L for the loser you are.
Yeah, but I am a dick.
Okay.
All right. So you say don't do anything. Wait.
No. If you want to go to the post office, I'm fine with that. If you want to go be old man in teal shoes, yelling at the post office. I feel like
it's not going to make you feel any better.
Come on. I think you should. I think the smart move.
Because then I'm calling them thieves.
You just called them thieves into a microphone.
Well, possible thieves.
No, you just said if one of the
happens all the time.
It kind of does.
Well, it could have been someone that got into
That's
the mail.
what I was thinking. Like, if it got there and then somebody stole it out of their mailbox.
Wait, so you're telling me there's a possibility they would have stolen it out of Beth's mailbox in Nashville?
Bro, so we've seen a bunch of stories here where people go in, they get checks out of people's mailboxes, they wash them, and then they go and cash the checks, right?
I mean, I don't know how sketchy an area in Nashville she's living in.
It doesn't even have to be sketchy. No. Every mailbox. It has always been amazing to me, of all the security we have for everything, we've always been pretty lax about our mailboxes.
Yeah, it's just kind of hanging there.
It's as far away from your door on your property as humanly possible. Mm-hmm. There's no lock on it, right? And we send valuable stuff.
It's got a red flag on it saying, hey, I put stuff in here.
Well, okay, but you registered the gift card, right?
No. I bought it at Wegmans.
You can call the company, register the card, and that way you could have canceled it and gotten your money back had it gotten stolen.
Are you sure?
I did not know that.
Positive, yeah.
For gift cards?
Yes.
Fun fact.
I don't think you're right, bro.
Bro, you don't think they build that
Deanna Dewberry never showed me that. And she knows everything because she's out watching for me.
Bro, it's an added level of security.
Because those people bought those gift cards. You remember they were already tapped, and people lost the money.
Yeah, you think they registered those gift cards? They think that Macho Man Randy Savage is going to marry them.
I don't know.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, and he's having this whole discussion just to brag.
Right, what?
Sent Beth.
I'm busted?
Beth Donahue, reason Tommy has this job, a $500 gift card for a housewarming gift.
And that
in
should
Nashville.
cover a 30-year career, right? $500. What does that
We're
work
coming-
out?
we're coming
Pennies
back-
a month?
We're coming back around to that. For just pennies a month, you can thank this woman for giving you a life.
I like one of those record company deals back in the day.
The card, he hasn't gotten a thank you for Beth yet. It's been over a week. He is convinced that the card has been stolen. He can, A, go to the post office and see if he can figure out what's going on because an old man in sky blue shorts at the post office yelling is something you see every day.
Yeah.
Or he can call Beth and see what's going on. But if she got it and didn't thank you, you're a dick.
Yes.
Even if she didn't get it, you're a dick for telling her that you sent her a gift. Or you can let sleeping dogs lie, that might be the best option.
Well, that's the easiest. Just don't do nothing and just eat it.
Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, man, Muley, it's great to hear from you all this times later. Listen, I was going to write you a thank you note. I've been really busy with putting my house together, but this Alan Levin guy sent me a gift card for $501. He keeps on calling me and texting me, wanting to know if he can come down and play down in the casinos around here to stay for free, because he's a cheapskate. Listen, Muley, I'll get to you when I get to you. I'll show you my boobies again, just like in the car that one time 30 years ago. It'll be all right.
What does he do, Jeremy? Ah,
Those
damn it,
guys-
Jeremy, we need actual advice.
You knew he was cutting out after that.
Yeah.
That was a dead-on Beth.
It was very good.
Way to go, Jeremy. 252 WCMF. Hey, Jeremy couldn't help you out, but we know other smart people.
Oh, here we go.
What? Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
I'm pretty good. That call by Jeremy was epic. But, Tommy, are you sure you actually put $500 on there? Because we all know what happened with Kimmy's gift card.
We're still working on that.
You said you put $100 on it, but where'd it go?
Okay, so this is karma. He's right.
What?
For those who haven't been listening to the break room since its inception, Kimmy, what was it for? Your wedding?
Oh, she did so. No, she helped me out with some Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
He gave Kimmy a gift card that was supposed to have $100 on it, and it was blank.
And that's when $100 was $100.
And how long ago was that, Kimmy?
A couple of years.
No, that was a lot. That was like
7,
maybe
8 years
6,
ago?
7 years ago.
So
yeah.
they still the card company still hasn't gotten back.
And
to
he
me.
never.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had a tracking number.
No,
and everything.
that's a lost cause.
Ben, do you have any
Registered.
of the options we have, Ben? What should Tommy do?
I would say you could reach out to her and say a text message and say, hey, I sent something to you in the mail, not exactly what it is. And be like, hey, I sent you something in the mail. Did you get anything?
No, but if she got it, it's
It's
him.
still that doesn't solve the problem.
He's looking for compliments.
Right.
Hey, I sent you something. You want to say thank you?
Oh, okay. Yes, Tommy just wants to have his own pat on the back for being.
Wouldn't you?
It's not good
I
enough.
would just let him. If it's up to them to respond to you. Like, also, whenever I've gone to the post office, it's like they always ask you, "Would you like to insure this?" If it's a $500,
What busted ass that you
gift
bring
card-
it to the post office that needs to be insured?
He's right. Every time I've ever gone to the post office and walked up to the window, they said, would you like to insure this? I know they said it to you. They absolutely said it to you. It's your fault.
They just want to know if there's a bomb in it or something.
Just want to know about
I,
it bombing it.
No, I go to the post office sometimes because I buy and sell paintball guns on eBay.
Oh, my God. Ben. Oh, my God, Ben.
Paintball guns
have
on
lobbies.
eBay?
Yes, I'm dead serious.
Ben.
So I've shipped out a couple of them, and they're like $300 or $400 paintball guns. Yeah, I'm paying the extra $10 for insurance.
Well, you remember what happened.
To
He had that
make
terrible
sure-
tragedy.
Wait, what happened?
Well, Ben got that paintball gun. He wanted to see if it was loaded or not.
Yeah.
So he points at it. Oh, my God! My tongue is pink and it hurts.
Thanks for the suggestion, Ben. Really appreciate the call. I buy and sell paintball,
Paintball
guns.
guns.
on
Ben is
eBay.
the world's lamest arms dealer.
All right, let me ask you a question.
What?
So let's say the card is stolen, right? You reach out to the post office,
Right.
they can't help you. Reach out to
Right.
Beth, she never got anything. What happens then?
I guess they sent her another card.
Okay, so you're going to spend another $500?
Well, see, the thing is, Beth doesn't know how much I put on that card.
That's true.
What are you going to send her now? Wait, you're going
What
to
if, wait. What if she didn't get the card, so you send her another card for less the amount, and then the first card shows
Oh,
up?
please, God. Please, God.
But then she'd be She still have even more money.
She'd also know that you're a cheap-ass bitch that shorted her on the second card.
Because I probably, the second card, I go $150.
Oh, man.
For the thank you for her house? What are you going to get her? Half a week's worth of groceries? Wow, pretty cool.
$150 is still a pretty good card.
Yeah, here's a half a painting at HomeSense.
I wish I had $150 in my pocket.
Okay. You have to send another $500.
Bro, $1,000.
No, $500. You effed up not paying for the insurance and registering the gift card. It's your fault. This is nobody's fault but
and
yours.
I don't think all that stuff you're saying is true.
Okay.
You make it sound like, oh, yeah, do all this stuff and track it all. How are these people stealing all this stuff?
Why don't you talk to Paintball Al-Qaeda over here? He does the same thing. No, I'm telling you, man. I have said these suggestions when we're doing stories about scams. See, now he knows I'm right because he's just doing it.
It's a tracking number.
Look, man. Look, you can get mad at me, or you could do something about this. When are you gonna? Because you're gonna call her. I know you're gonna call her.
No, I won't call. I'm not going to the post office. I'll wait.
How long? What's your cutoff date?
I haven't discussed that yet.
You give it like 2 weeks? Is that too long?
That means in 2 weeks I got to cough up more money. Hey, you think I should send her another $500?
Without question, you should send her another $500.
Man, I know, man. I'm broke.
Shut up, broke. You just bought 2 new hats.
I know. All the money went to the hat collection.
And by the way, I know there's another hat coming. I know that in another 2 weeks you're going to come in on a Tuesday and be like, guys.
He'll have a winter hat.
Another new hat Thursday.
Hey, can I do like a GoFundMe?
For what?
If anybody is listening, do not start a GoFundMe to pay for Tommy's housewarming gift for the woman that
you could get like $1 million.
You're not going to get $1 million.
How do you know?
So if you started a GoFundMe, let's say you did, don't do that. But if you did, all the money would go to her, right?
Well, no, I would. A portion of these proceeds will go to the Save
Well,
Best
no, but they're
House
raising money for your gift
She just bought it. You're not trying to save her house. What do you, Screech?
No, I would definitely, no matter what, the 500 would definitely go to Beth.
Bro,
and then all the operating expenses, getting the car to her, I would have to, cover those expenses.
Bro.
No,
like, in all seriousness, you've had this job for 30 years. You wouldn't have got it without Beth.
No doubt.
$1,000 is too much to give to her? You've made 30 of those in all the years you worked here. No, we didn't. You owe her another $500.
I understand that, but it's tough right now. Everything's coming up right now.
Like?
All the bills.
Yeah.
Everything. I'm tapioca.
Okay. Well, good luck, my friend.
Can't wait to hear how this.
By the way,
plays
y'all
out.
gave me no help.
We gave you multiple suggestions.
I think you're gonna have to make a phone call. That's my suggestion.
He's gonna call
but you
her
say
today.
don't,
bro.
No, I didn't say don't.
Kimmy, he's gonna call her today because 1, he's too impulsive, and 2, he's not gonna be able to. He's so OCD, he won't be able to deal with it without knowing. You're gonna call her today.
Well, it just burns my ass, man, that I'm out $5 bills.
Okay. Well,
wouldn't it bother you?
Do it right next time. Well, I do it all right when I send stuff like this.
I do.
Well, we did get a lot of suggestions. Why didn't you send her an e-card? An e-gift card, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the man only speaks in emojis. He's going to figure out how to send money. He'll end up with a Nigerian prince.
Luann says, oh my God, tell Tommy to start emailing e-cards. I used to send my daughter gift cards. She never got them. The cards were open and gift cards were stolen. I only do e-cards now.
I don't even know if they got internet, bro. I'm serious. They poor.
Can I ask you a question? Serious question. Look me in the face. Did you actually send a gift card?
Yes!
No, look at me.
I have a receipt.
Look at me.
I have it on my card.
Wait, you have a receipt for the... What? Just because you spent $500 doesn't mean you spent it on her.
It says $500. I went to the post office, sent it out.
You spent
what do you want me to photograph it?
Well, no, I'm just saying based on the fact that you got Kimmy...
So you're saying I didn't send her anything?
I feel like you
I'm lying.
I feel like you may be doing this on the air. Mm-hmm. So you can go to her and be like, see, it has to be true. I talked about it on the air. And you didn't send her anything, and you weren't going to send her anything. Oh, my God.
No, I did right. I did right. I'm not that bad of a person.
Yes, you are that bad of a person.
No, I'm not.
You're worse than that. This wouldn't even make the top 25 worst things you've ever done. All right. Well, good luck, my friend.
Yeah. Thanks for
Godspeed.
the no help.
Hey, man, we gave you all the options you had. Send her any gift card for $500.
Maybe that's what I'll do next time. I'll e-card.
Let's take a break.
All right.
It is way worse in Canandaigua than everyone expected, Kimmy, after what happened on Monday night. Why are you making a face now? Maybe that's where your card is, in pieces of Canandaigua.
A lot of pictures out there. A lot of people documenting the damage.
And pictures are one thing. Actual stories of what happened to some folks are completely different.
God.
What?
Yeah.
You know, there is here. I know why he's being like this immediately, because something he's been saying for years is now 100% the opposite of true, and he thinks can be this safe space by just being like.
Well, I do like how they rank these things. Mm-hmm. You know, they give them an order of strength.
Sure.
Did you see where this one fell?
I did. Did you see how many tornadoes we've had in New York State compared to other parts of the country this year? We'll get into it. Next here in the break room. 96.5 WCMF. It has been a rough 7 days of weather across the greater Rochester area. And yesterday, we finally found out the full extent of how bad things got Monday from the storms that night.
Yeah.
Some folks in Canandaigua, although safe, thank God, had a hell of a time getting in and out of places they got stuck in.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You can head to the contest page at WCMF.com right now. And if you get a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Santana and Counting Crows. And Counting Crows.
Great show.
And Power Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse. July 24th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com just after 7:45. Kimmy has officially ruined bananas for the break room.
I don't think I ruined them. I was just pointing it out.
You don't have to show us.
Well, but I mean, it kind of confirms your theory, right?
We always
wondered, I thought you would be happy to know this information.
No, because now I feel guilt about buying bananas because we always wondered, we're a big banana show.
Yes.
Huge banana show. Got my banana ready
so
to
you'd
go.
rather just eat your banana in bliss.
Yes, because now that we know why possibly bananas have not risen in price in the history of bananas, it's not good. We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So we have had unprecedented weather in Western New York the last week.
Yeah.
And it's really weird because, Kimmy, I heard on a super smart, popular show.
Oh, yeah? What'd you hear?
That tornadoes don't happen in our area.
Bro, it's not. I'll let you go.
Fun fact. Eric Snill, meteorologist with News 8, shared yesterday.
Oh, Snillsy?
Yep. There have been more tornadoes in the state of New York in the month of July than in Oklahoma,
That's tornado country.
Kansas, Iowa, Mississippi, and Alabama combined.
No.
What?
Did you hear what I just said?
What?
In the month of July.
So we should be leveled.
In the month of July, there have been more tornadoes in New York than those tornado-laden states combined.
And most
So
of them
we must be
happened
under a
within
state of
week.
emergency as a state then.
I think Canandaigua might be under
No,
a state
the
of
state
emergency.
should be.
I think
Because the state has suffered massive tornado damage due to these tornadoes.
Canandaigua did.
Massive.
Yes, they did. Have you seen the pictures out in Canandaigua? Steve Hausman was putting them on News 10 all over the place. Look, just because you said a stupid thing years ago and won't back down from it doesn't mean it's not true.
So they interviewed somebody from Oklahoma that has moved here.
Okay.
And the tornado passed over her property. Do you know what she called the tornado?
What'd you call it?
Cute.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she knows
It's
what
cute
real twisters look like,
now.
man. They take out towns.
People in Oklahoma
They
haven't
shut
seen
down. They shut down and go under a state of emergency.
Oh, dude, you keep saying state of emergency because you
You'll
have nothing
see
else
Grandpa impaled into grandmas out there, not in a good way.
to say. And I quote Tommy Muley, tornadoes don't happen where we live.
And they rank tornadoes.
Sure they do, yeah.
So on the scale, they go from 1 to I believe 5.
Okay, sure.
I think there's a lower ranking than 1.
There is, and I never heard of it until now.
This does seem like a silly ranking.
Because if this particular digit shows up, it means nothing.
Well, what
legitimately.
What digit is that?
Yeah.
What is it?
0.
Okay.
So on the
why
Fujita
did
scale.
they do that?
Fujita scale.
That's what it's called.
Bitch.
Dr.
No,
Fujita.
I know what
He came
called,
up with
but they
it.
call it EF. It's an
So,
EF 0. And you go, you're the Fujita scale because I watched CNN yesterday.
It's an F0 tornado, which I think is not a tornado.
No,
It's
it
kind
is
of
because it's
insulting
called
to
a tornado.
tornadoes.
So, okay, then it's simple.
It's a 0 tornado.
So you're telling me if they said there was a 0 tornado coming towards your house, you wouldn't go in the basement?
No.
My balls.
I'm finished
You got
grilling
a lot
out,
of trees
man.
around you. I'd be worried.
Pouring a drink and relaxing.
No, Kimmy, he's used to being stuck up in trees.
Oh, you gotta get scared of a little summer breeze.
You're the biggest bitch I've ever met in my life. I know you would.
Summer breeze, there goes Steve Hausman.
Nah, he's way down fine. As far as the storm that hit us Monday, it seems Canandaigua got it the hardest.
So it looks like it hit like a lot of trees in a park.
There was tree damage all over
That's
the
where I
greater
saw the most
Canandaigua area.
pictures of, yeah.
So Roseland Water Park couldn't open yesterday. RG&E and the town, city of Canandaigua, asked residents to conserve electricity. Well, they tried to fix what was broken all day yesterday. There are still people without power right now. But it seems on the whole, everyone was safe.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Even if it got scary as hell for a couple of people. Because on Monday night, with the trees and power lines going down all over the community, people got trapped out running errands wherever they were.
Well, yeah, you get down trees, you can't get around.
So story on 13 Wham, they talked to one woman who got stuck in her car after power lines came down on her car while she was at the Rite Aid in Main Street.
Yeah.
They talked to her husband, who had to park at the Chipotle, walk to her to get her out of the spot that she was in. Another man who was vacationing in Canandaigua from Boston was looking to get a little ice cream on Monday night. So he headed over to Abbott's. And
nice.
that's what all hell broke loose.
Uh-oh.
He was stuck at the custard joint for 3 hours.
Not a bad place to be stuck.
To your point, this is him describing the situation on 13 Wham yesterday.
I'm on a vacation here for my first day, and I'm staying about 5 miles up on by the lake, but I'm not going to see that lake very soon. I did help the Abbott's people try and save some of their ice creams by going to a freezer that was still working.
He just sat there and ate ice cream for 3 hours.
Pretty cool.
So the fire department was slammed with all kinds of calls all night long.
Well, people panicking.
Yeah, well, there's trees down, power emergencies. People were trapped, but somehow, again, everyone is safe. Like, I love how, if this happened to you, if a garbage can got tipped over on your yard, you'd be flipping the F out right now. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If there are people in Canandaigua listening right now, how bad did it get where you were? Because, like, I'm looking at these.
Well, it sounded like a freight train.
It's a tornado, man.
But it sounds like a freight train.
It's a tornado. Like, I don't know why you speak this stuff into existence, because you started talking about bears all those years ago, so you're doing it again. You're doing it again.
What, Bear-nado?
Bro, once you see it, it's already too late. You made fun of the bears, and then the bears showed up in your backyard.
All right.
You make fun of tornadoes.
I make fun of you, and you're still here.
But I got my heart thing on, maybe not for much longer. You make fun of tornadoes, your wife's home will be leveled.
No, it's not gonna hit a rich. First of all, they never hit rich communities.
Not like Canandaigua.
Well, except for that one. Maybe I think they just
Man from Boston in top 10 resort in the world describing how he got stuck eating custard. All right, so let's say, Tommy, you're in this situation. You're out in Canandaigua, and you get stuck out of the house like these people did.
Yeah.
You cannot get your car out of where it is.
Right.
Are you waiting it out, or are you calling someone for a ride?
Well, I would probably just call my wife.
Okay, so you would want her to come get you.
Yeah.
Because this story of two different people, they did two different things. The woman called her husband. He came and got here. The guy stayed at Abbott's for 3 hours.
Well, he's in a good spot, though.
Okay, fine. But, I mean, even being at Rite Aid or Walgreens, wherever she was, I mean, you're not in danger.
No.
The weather passed. Everything's okay. You could just ride it out in your car until everything gets better.
The car is damaged. There's power lines on it. What do we do?
I'd be afraid to get out of the car.
I would, too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I guess, like, in this story, it shows there are two types of people, folks that don't want to inconvenience anyone and put someone else in danger. Yeah. And you are obviously not that person because you want your wife to drive through down power lines and stuff to come get your ass.
Yes. That's part of being in a marriage.
Do you have
I'd have to go get her, or she got to go get me.
But that's different.
What?
She is a vulnerable, scared person.
Oh,
you are the big,
elderly.
strong man.
I'm elderly. You gonna let an elderly man?
With all due respect,
he could possibly be a veteran in there? We don't know?
No, everybody that has ever looked at you knows you're not a veteran.
They had small guys in the Army.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were in the subs and stuff. But
Yeah.
that was not the Army.
No, I know you were in rat holes at one point, but those were the women you were dating. Kimmy,
Yeah.
would you call your husband to come get you if you were trapped?
He's an actual guy that could do this.
Firefighter is what
actual
you're
guy.
looking for.
Yeah, an actual guy.
He just graduated actual guy school.
I would probably wait it out only because I would think, I'll be good to go here soon. You
Let's
know
say
what
it's
I mean?
3 hours.
Yeah, right. But you don't know that when you make that decision. So I feel like I would just probably be stuck waiting for a while because I would make my first thought wouldn't be, if I'm going to be here for a while, I'll call somebody because you wouldn't know how long you're there.
Okay.
Especially here, you would think, because we aren't used to dealing with these kind of situations. I would assume I'll be out of here quick.
Do you have to go and get your spouse if they call you to come get them?
Yeah.
Well, look, you don't know.
That's the deal.
But you don't know if you can even get there.
And you don't know.
You've got to try, man.
You don't know if you're driving into danger to come and pick them up because exactly a year ago in Canandaigua, they had those insane floods that were just taking out cars and streets. You remember the video?
But I
of
think
it?
you got to go.
But like that husband that went to go get his wife had to park a ways away when he couldn't get any closer.
Yeah.
I mean, in all sincerity, if you call someone to come get you, you could be putting them at risk. You could also, by having them come get you, be hampering the fire department, the police, RG&E. I mean, those people need the roads open and need space to do all their work. But I'm stuck here. I'm Tommy. I'm stuck. Come get me.
Well, just walk out of it. I don't know.
Get me.
And I'm definitely waiting longer if I'm at a place with snacks. I think that would occupy. I'll sit in my car and eat a bag of chips for a while.
Snackability. Where are we on the snackability scale?
Yeah, where's that scale?
That'll hold me over a little longer.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about Monday night. There are now confirmed tornadoes in Canandaigua. across the greater Canandaigua area. Trees down, power lines down. Story on 13 Wham last night, talking to people that got trapped. One woman called her husband to come get her after she got trapped at a drugstore. Another guy who was here on vacation decided to wait it out at Abbott's and help them clear out their freezer that wasn't working. Skyler's on CMF. Hey, Skyler, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. Hey, back in like 1999 is back when I was working for Joe T up there at Physical Graffiti. There was a tornado back in Perry where I lived, and he wouldn't let me leave. He was such a dick. He was always like, "Yeah, you can go. Take all your crap with you because your seat will be taken tomorrow." So it was a tornado in Perry, and he would not let me leave. And guess what happened?
What happened?
That tornado went through 9 engine blocks.
Hey, Skyler, was that storm? It happened in like September of '99. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, the tornado went from Warsaw, as a town west of here, and went through. It didn't do much damage to towns. It went through kind of woods, skipped up over a hill, came through, went right across Silver Lake, and then it tore through my favorite pizza place, Daryl's. And then right through, guess it or not, a trailer park.
Yeah, it is weird how those things are like magnets for tornadoes, no matter where they are, right?
Yeah.
Well, Skyler, I'm glad it all worked out for you, buddy.
Yeah,
Thanks
buddy.
for the call. I appreciate it.
Yep. Well, now I'm down at 9 engine blocks, but whatever.
See you, buddy. So that storm, September '99, do you remember it?
No.
It was like 2 days before school was supposed to start. I remember this vividly. I was going into 8th grade, and it was in the middle of the night. And my mom and my dad, they woke us up. And they go, we have to go downstairs.
Wait, so how close did it get to your house?
So I know the tornado didn't come near our house, but the wind was absolute insanity.
In '99.
I have this vivid memory. We were all sitting. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. We were sitting on our couch in the living room. We had these big picture windows, right?
Yeah.
And there were trees all over the neighborhood. And the lightning was so close, it lit everything up like there was like spotlights outside.
Damn.
And the tree was like bending to the point where it was touching the ground. And there were a bunch of trees that went down across our street on Marita Road in Gates. And my buddy, who was 12 at the time, 13, whatever. We were trying to like chop the wood to like get the trees out of the way.
Yeah.
He had an axe. He swung, he missed, and he cut all of the front of his knee off. He didn't do any like structural damage, but it looked like he scalped his knee. So now we had to stop doing that and find a way to get him to the hospital.
Oh, man.
Right.
It was bananas, man.
Jesus.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ryan. Hey, Ryan, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Good, Ryan. What's going on?
I want to talk about the storm. So my girlfriend works out in Canandaigua. I'm about 10 minutes from there, and I sent her to we're ordering Chinese food, and there was this place right across from Walgreens, across from 5 and 20.
Okay.
Well, then I hear the storms are coming through, and all of a sudden there's like power lines down across from there, and then she texts me that the power went out in the Chinese restaurant, and I go, "Would you get the food?"
Well, did she?
But I didn't realize there was a tornado there at the time. She goes, "Yeah, I just, literally just paid for it, got the food, power went out." And the Chinese lady in the plaza asked her, "Is everybody else out of power?"
So did she end up getting home? Did you have to go get her? What happened?
Oh, no, she got home. So she says she waited up the storm a little bit, and then she had to take her shoes off. She was in nice work shoes to schlep across the parking lot there to get back to her car. But yeah, she got back home and we had Chinese.
Was the Chinese still warm when it got home?
Oh, it was hot. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
All right,
Nice.
Yeah, once I
Yeah.
know I'm getting Chinese food, I don't care what's going on. Like, I'm locked into my
Yeah,
Chinese
yeah, that's
food.
We had to eat in the dark, but I got
Yeah.
my Chinese food. I was happy.
Hey, man, Chinese in the dark is not the worst. By the way,
Yeah.
one of the worst Springsteen songs of all time. Because we're eating Chinese in the dark. No. I'm getting kung pao chicken.
Well, I did feel bad.
And a
though.
side of crab rangoon. I'm going to eat some lo mein.
Ooh, crab ragout.
It's so good.
Once I heard a tornado touchdown nearby, I kind of felt a little bad. But
Felt a little bad. Oh, wow. Ryan, boyfriend.
They'll get over it.
Ryan, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I know there's a tornado, but what about that takeout?
Well, look, I mean, Chinese food has a 30-minute
Yeah.
Yeah,
window.
no, you're
And
right.
once I'm
It's-
locked
yeah,
in,
yeah.
I got to have that food.
If your spouse calls to be rescued, can you tell them no?
No, you have to go.
What if there's a legit reason to tell them no?
I think you have to at least try.
Yeah, you have to.
Right?
But
And
again,
if I'm in a
like,
safe,
you
warm
can't-
spot and and
Yeah.
she's in trouble, you have to leave her.
not in trouble. I mean, she's in a structure. You can make the argument that it is more dangerous for me to travel through what is going on than to come and fix your inconvenience.
Yeah, but I guess you don't really know how dangerous it is until
Right.
you get in your car and go. So like you're just assuming that it's dangerous from your couch.
Yeah, it just went down, so you don't know what's
Yeah.
really going on. She doesn't either.
Right.
She just knows there's some trees down here. She doesn't know
Okay.
the situation around her.
Valid.
Yeah, she's gonna be pissed you don't go get her.
All right. Kimmy sucks real hard.
What did we
because-
find out?
Well, if
Something
you,
bad?
If you listen to the show on a regular basis, you know we're a big banana show,
Yeah,
right?
every day.
We have our bananas every day. We bond over our bananas, and if we don't have our bananas, bad things happen on this show.
Yeah.
This show is fueled by bananas.
Potassium.
Yes. And something Tommy and I have always wondered out loud. Why, despite the fact that everything over the last 30 years has gone up in price,
Yeah, you guys have had multiple conversations about this. You're very curious about it. So I thought I was doing you a favor by providing you this information that I found.
if you don't want bananas ruined for you, change the station. There's nothing I can do.
So we found out what's going on with the dirty banana?
Maybe.
Oh.
Well, I mean, if they're being shipped in with this, it makes sense why they're only 49 cents a pound. Next, here in the break room on CMF. Thanks a lot, Kimmy.
What happened?
Sorry.
We were living.
Thought I was doing you a favor.
No, we're living in ignorance, enjoying our super inexpensive food that makes this show run.
Yeah.
And she managed to ruin it for everybody. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to get our hate on.
That's right. Hate mail of the week coming at you. A man who was arguing that freedom is not free.
All right.
Yet it should be freedom for everything, everywhere.
All right.
Even if it's at the expense of an arrow in a dog. We'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. If you listen to the break room, you know that Tommy and I do not agree on most things. One thing we do agree on, however, bananas are delicious.
It's the perfect food.
Agreed with you. Like, it comes in its own container.
Yeah, it's self-contained.
It's healthy, right? Easy to eat.
And the older it gets, the better it tastes. It does. You know I'm right.
Stop saying it like that. But we've always been astounded at the fact that the price of bananas does not go up.
No.
Even with, the massive, price gouging at grocery stores.
COVID.
Right? All that stuff.
Everything went crazy at COVID.
And you said bananas 49 cents a pound. Right. Always 49 cents a pound.
So you can buy handed bananas for like $1.
And what's weird is it's not like these bananas are being grown in our backyard.
No. They come all the way from, South America, Central America, dangerous places.
And we've had several discussions here on the show about how they managed to keep the prices of bananas so low, and we were never able to figure it out. Nobody had any idea. Well, Kimmy thinks she's gotten to the bottom.
All right.
A story that she shared with us overnight. $224 million worth of cocaine has been found hidden amongst a banana shipment coming from Ecuador.
Well, I'm buying the wrong ones. So they're smuggling cocaine through the bananas.
Not just cocaine. In this case. $224 million. It's 6 tons of cocaine.
Wow.
No word on how many bananas.
Right.
It's so much cocaine.
How much is it?
They laid the bricks out on the floor of a warehouse.
Oh, wow.
And it almost took up every inch of the warehouse.
Wow. They should add that to the wall.
They're smuggling drugs into America with the coke. With
and
the
that was
bananas?
one of your theories, I thought.
Yeah, but it was like a joke theory.
Okay.
We were joking about it.
But we always figured there's some dirty business down on the plantation farm.
Sure.
Whatever it is.
Or whatever on the way in between, whatever's going on.
Yeah. Something's got to be up. Because you're right, man. Everything else has gone up. Just the fuel to bring them here. And they can hold the price down.
Well, because they're shipping it $224
Well, I
million.
would figure it was like super cheap labor or drug trafficking.
Could be a combination of both.
Who knows?
Well, does that mean if they bust them, the bananas are going to go up?
That's your concern here?
Yeah,
That's your concern here.
Yeah.
It will be interesting to see if after the story the price does go up. Because then you know.
All right. We speculated everything. You're right. This is one of our theories, but we didn't know. And we didn't want to investigate. We didn't want to know. Ignorance was bliss as long as our bananas were 49 cents a pound. But now that, Kimmy, you have alerted us to this story, there is now guilt in the cheap bananas.
I don't listen, man. I eat food from all over the world like you do.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And some places not very good places.
I understand.
But I still buy the food.
Okay.
And I figure I'm helping these people out by buying their food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
if I don't buy their food, they don't eat.
No, I hear you. Like with the one hand they have left that they didn't have lopped off by getting the food that you're eating.
You still got one good ham.
For God's sakes.
My friend.
No, I mean, there should be a little bit of an ethical question about shipping in $224 million of cocaine into this country so our bananas stay 49 cents a pound.
If you went to where your food really comes from, you wouldn't eat anything.
I understand. Yeah. I don't want to go that far. Again, ignorance is bliss as far as my bananas and my chocolate or whatever.
I'm fine with the cocaine nanners. Matter of fact, Elvis would have loved it on the sandwich. I'll make a couple of peanut butter and banana sandwiches. Give me a little cocaine on there. I love me some sweet cocaine. Priscilla, bet you another bag of that sweet cocaine. I think they call that South American sugar, darling. Pizza Man pizza.
Am I the only one that sees this and is like, okay, maybe...
Well, it's ethical. You're right. It's terrible.
It's just you have no soul. It's terrible. I'm going to keep eating
I don't find like drug trafficking and all that.
Do you just shrug off drug trafficking?
Well, we seem to like...
I don't know, drug trafficking.
Well, we seem to like drugs in this country, and they seem to have drugs for us.
The reason it was coming here.
Okay, but there's a couple of issues here. It's not just the idea
I know it's dangerous business.
Okay, dangerous business. These are some of the worst human beings on the planet.
Some bad hombres down there.
So bad.
South of the border.
So bad. In fact, we won't even get into like the actual violence. There are countries in South America that are overrun with hippos. Because drug traffickers made so much money, they bought zoos, and when they were arrested, the hippos escaped the zoos and started having sex, and now they got to watch out for hippo attacks. Yeah. That's all because of cocaine.
And those hippos were probably coked up.
Didn't we have a story that said the hippos were coked up?
They could be coked up because they could be getting into stuff.
Coked up hippos.
Right.
Cheap bananas, though.
Oh, yeah.
252 WCMF. After all of our banana discussions here in the break room, Kimmy discovered a story. $224 million. $224 million. That's more than what Josh Allen is going to make in the length of his contract of cocaine. Was found amongst a banana shipment in Ecuador. It was 6 tons worth of cocaine.
I just love how it. Find this story. I get excited about it, thinking like, "Hey, the guys are going to be happy. Like they were right all along. Their theories were correct." And then I get here, and you're mad at me.
I'm not mad at you. I'm fine. Pat's mad at you. So you're betting 50%. I'm fine with it.
It does make you wonder what else is going on with the cheap food that we buy.
Oh,
like,
I'm sure it's dirty business all over.
But what are they hiding in the Spam and the beefaroni?
Well, you don't want to know it's in Spam, bro.
No, because you're right.
Informants.
There are some foods that come from certain parts of the world where you're right. You just assume that something terrible is going on.
Or it's just rough.
But like stuff that's not foreign food.
Like what?
Spam, beefaroni, stuff like that. How is that stuff so cheap?
Well, because it's made with extremely cheap stuff.
Okay, but how is that stuff so cheap?
Because it's not healthy.
Okay.
It's not good for you.
No, I understand that it's not. I'm not going to eat Spam and be like,
wait, but you think there's some underhanded Spam business?
I don't know, man. Look, look.
It's like ground up rectums.
It's not ground up rectum. We did this.
Yeah, you know that
I thought we looked it up.
You're absolutely right. Nope.
I don't know, man. Like, there is a way to make food cheap. Like, you go to a farmer's market, that stuff is way less expensive. And I understand there's middlemen and everything like that. Like, if we wanted to buy local food cheap, there's a way to do it.
Right.
It's just we seem to keep showing up at the grocery store.
But yeah.
But yeah.
Like,
you're too good for farmers markets. You've said this on the air
I've been
before.
to farmers markets.
Not against your will. You've been dragged.
But I don't eat.
Oh. Wow. It must be really bad if you stopped yourself.
Yeah.
You don't eat what?
I eat some foods that you can't get up here, like tropical food.
That's not what you were going to say.
I think so.
You think that fruit is busted fruit at the farm.
Well, it's kind of busted.
Why is it?
It's fresh.
It's the stuff. It's the stuff they couldn't move through the market.
No, it's just
Have you ever been there?
Yes, I've been to farmers market. I'm old. You've seen my hats.
Kimmy, there are some that they don't look like a strawberry you would buy at Wegmans, but it's still a strawberry.
Yeah, it looks like Chernobyl berry.
Chernobyl berry, one of the worst breakfast cereals in the 80s. They had that Frankenstein's monster, but his ear was falling off.
Yes.
Kimmy, what's in Spam? Were you looking up?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I didn't know if you wanted to know.
Don't worry.
It's parts.
No, yeah, but
it's testicles. It's tail
not
meat.
Testicles.
It's taint meat.
Taint meat.
Yeah, because that whole thing is a can of taint meat. Don't taste like taint meat.
Okay. Pork with ham. It just says pork with ham, salt, water, potato starch, sugar, sodium, and there's a bunch of other other ingredients. But
that's it. It's pork.
They call it ham. They call it pork with ham meat added.
Pork could be any part of the pig is pork. Okay. Pork ball, pork taint, pork peni, pork bosom.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Pork belly.
You love the taste of Spam. You love Spam.
Spam is like a dirty, delicious food.
If you knew that there was pig penis in Spam.
Oh, I think there is.
There is not. But if you knew there was pig penis in Spam, would that keep you from eating Spam?
No. What's wrong with the little penis in your food?
You knowingly now put pig.
Bro, you don't think you've tasted some sort of animal penis in your life with the food you've eaten?
I know
yes,
I have
you
not.
have.
No, I haven't. There's no way.
Yes, you have. You can't tell me all the food you eat, and you hate it all, brother. You can't tell me some pig penis fell into the grinder and you tasted some pig penis.
For the record.
And you loved it.
I'm going to help make you feel better about Spam. Spam is made from pork shoulder and ham and does not contain any other cuts of pork.
Man, of course they're going to put that on there, man.
Wave. Cocaine doesn't bother me. Neither does pig penis. What does bother you?
Well, nothing. I'm a free thinker.
Is that what it is?
Yes. I'm very open-minded when it comes to penises and pork.
Well, it's actually a perfect transition, not pork penises, but free thinking, because this man looks at freedom as an absolute.
Okay.
Especially if you own the thing you want to be free on.
My proper time.
I mean, most people that heard this story, I would have thought all people were horrified.
It was a shocking story.
Yeah. And it was due to negligence.
Yeah.
These people were doing something illegal if the allegations are true. But in the eyes of this man, what they did should not have been illegal. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You can't be sure what people do in the privacy of their own home.
Well, that's true.
And that extends to their yards as well. That led to a scary scene in the town of Greece 2 weeks ago when a man walking his dog ended up in a scenario we're sure he never thought he'd be in.
Yeah.
But this letter that we have in front of us could be proof that no matter how stupid a move someone pulls, there will be someone else to defend it.
Okay.
Because it is amazing how someone could hear that story that we shared.
Horrifying.
And come to this conclusion.
Ooh.
It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. And about 2 weeks ago, there was a very strange story coming out of the town of Greece.
Wow.
A man was walking his dog in Adelaide Park around 10 a.m. when out of nowhere, his pup was hit with an arrow.
Jesus.
Came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
The owner sprung into action. The pooch was rushed to urgent care. From there, they were then rushed to Niagara Falls for emergency surgery. Somehow, the dog survived.
And now he owns a $20,000 dog.
To that point, the family does have a GoFundMe to help pay for the medical bills.
I can't imagine what that bill is.
It was a lot.
Yes, if you're interested, you can go help the family out. So at least the dog seems like they're going to be okay.
Yeah.
But there is still the little issue of where the arrow came from.
Yeah.
Greece police arrested a 56-year-old man and a 45-year-old woman. Authorities say the couple was doing crossbow practice in their backyard that was near the park. The charges indicate that the woman was shooting, according to police, missed the target, and their backyard was so close that the dog ended up getting hit. Now, to be fair to the family, or the couple, excuse me, police say the whole thing was an accident, but the pair was being very reckless, allegedly, and because of that, they are facing a bunch of charges. So, Tommy, this seems like a pretty easy lesson.
Yeah.
Don't shoot a crossbow in your backyard when you live in a place where someone could get hit.
Right.
But that lesson is not what one listener took from this story.
Okay.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired. Sit back and enjoy today's freedom-loving Hate Mail of the Week.
Your show was irresponsible in covering the dog being accidentally shot with a crossbow story on July 8th. I do want to make it known I'm a dog lover, and it's terrible what happened to that dog, but it is clearly an accident. I take issue with the three DJs all saying that what these people did was illegal, irresponsible, and reckless. To begin, I don't know if shooting a crossbow in your backyard is illegal. You should have had a lawyer on to discuss this, not just take phone calls from yahoos who think they know what the law is. But more importantly, even if it was illegal, it shouldn't be. If I own property, no matter the size, I should be able to do what I want on that property. You can charge people for things they do in public. If this couple was shooting the crossbow in an actual park, I'd have no problem with them going to jail. But shooting a crossbow or a gun or building a fire or operating any vehicle or machinery should be okay. Who gives anyone the right to tell you what you can and can't do on a piece of land you pay for and you pay taxes on? This is the conversation you should have had, not some bottom-of-the-barrel, easy point-scoring blabbing about a dog being accidentally shot. Sincerely, Mike.
I should have a right to fire my crossbow in my apartment at will. Okay, man.
Even if, to his point, you're doing it on your property, the arrow ended up off of your property, and that is the problem.
Look, all of these things.
We're not talking about a rancher, man, where you've got miles of property.
Okay. Look, you're right. You're right. But Michael wants his freedom.
He wants freedom to do whatever I want on my property.
Yes. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Ideas like the ones Michael has are difficult to rationally discuss.
Yes.
Because here's the thing. In theory, what Michael says makes perfect sense. It is his place. He believes he is responsible, so why would you tell him what he can and can't do? But in that argument, there is a big-time flaw.
What's up?
Not everyone's responsible.
Right.
Even the most responsible people will make mistakes.
Sure.
If we all subscribe to Michael's idea, we wouldn't need laws at all.
Right.
We would live in a lawless utopian society. Right? Like responsible people wouldn't do anything dangerous. They could drive as fast as they feel comfortable and wouldn't get accidents. They could walk around with any weapon they please and they know how to use it perfectly so nothing would happen bad. They could take any drug they wanted because they would fully know what they could and couldn't handle. And they'd never drive home intoxicated because that would be an irresponsible thing to do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not how things work.
Yes.
And as wonderful as freedom is, Tommy, when you take away all the rules and let people do whatever they want, really bad bad things happen.
And then just shrug like, well, it was an accident.
Freedom, though.
Right.
Did we not read Lord of the Flies?
A freedom accident.
We all read Lord of the Flies, right? We all read Lord of the Flies. It's weird that an adult would have the take that it was Michael. Michael had? Mike, okay.
Freedom Mike.
Michael, whatever. Yeah.
But just knowing other people in your life.
Yeah.
Think about your neighbors.
Right.
Think about your coworkers. Think about your family members. And let's stick with the idea of being able to do whatever you want in your backyard. Shoot a crossbow, build an explosive.
Yeah.
Doesn't everybody have a neighbor that would make them extremely nervous if they were allowed to do anything illegal in their backyard?
Like the neighbor already makes you nervous following the rules, let alone if you took those boundaries away, what they'd be capable of.
And not even like they're bad people, right? I just know that
they make bad decisions.
Yes, like the train tracks are here, and as long as you stay on the train tracks, everything's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
If you are left to the whims of your imagination, something bad is going to happen.
Yeah, true.
Fair?
Yeah.
I mean, look, hell, you're a pretty responsible human being.
I try.
Well, I mean, in your age now.
Yeah.
Even you, in an effort to save money and look like a man, climbed up a tree to try and cut some branches down.
Yes.
And got stuck.
Yeah,
and your wife had to rescue you like a shrunken, wrinkly Rapunzel.
And you're also not taking into account how that person doing whatever they want on their property can still affect you in some way. You know what I'm saying? Like even let's say their property's just a mess, right? But it's their property, they can do what they want. Garbage stacks up. Well, guess what comes with garbage? Rats, mice, rodents.
Disease.
Guess what is now on your property because they're doing whatever they want over there.
You know who you're starting to sound like.
Well, but I'm saying you're not even thinking about the things that you don't think are going to hurt somebody that will inevitably end up also affecting you.
Tommy's back in more ways than one, by the way, the way that you're talking over there. No, I mean, look, you're right. You're right. Everything you do has a consequence. And an effect on the people around. I mean, consequence is the wrong word because consequence is always bad, right? It'll have an effect on the things that people around you do, right? And it's the butterfly effect. Like one little wing push can change things in ways that you don't understand.
But I am for leaving people alone. As long as what you do doesn't affect other people.
You are not for leaving people alone.
But that's what I mean. Like you can't necessarily do that without it affecting it. It's almost impossible.
But I mean, like, if you want this in your house or you want that.
No, you're not.
To what?
Nothing you're saying is true. I've never met a person in my life that is less for leaving people alone than you. You are.
Live and let live, baby.
No, you are.
Do unto others,
so
then split.
Pat doesn't always mow his lawn, right? If Pat was your neighbor, that wouldn't bother you? That he's letting his lawn grow up?
How does that affect you?
How?
See, if he did stuff inside his house that I don't see, it doesn't affect me.
No, well, seeing or not, no, that doesn't affect you in any way. The long grass doesn't affect you in any way.
No, it does, because what happens with long grass, you get varmint.
Okay.
Now I got varmint in my house.
Oh, is
Yeah,
that
but
what it is?
it's on his property.
It's my property.
Now they're in my house.
Okay.
My property.
The point I just made.
We talked the other day.
And you're bringing down my property value.
We talked the other day about
raggedy grass. Sorry.
We talked the other day about an RV that burst into flames in a driveway in Henrietta.
Yes.
And you said that you think anybody that has an RV in their driveway is trashy, and that you think it should be against the law to have an RV in their driveway.
Those things should be stored at a proper facility.
How is that leave people alone?
How is that minding your own business?
Because I can see it.
Okay. You've said 2 summers ago, you said that all basketball hoops in front lawn should be illegal. Yeah. And then you laughed at a story.
Because you don't maintain them.
You laughed at a story of a man who ripped down a kid's basketball hoop. How is that leaving people alone?
Because you have to properly maintain things.
No,
That's all I'm asking.
No, you're right. I'm sorry. Go back to the speech you were going to give about I'm for leaving people
I
alone.
say clean up your yards. Not because it's easy, because it is hard.
I love how you think. I'm pro-freedom, except for those things that you're free to do.
Well, don't crap it up.
Think about just like
I'm for nice freedom.
Nice freedom?
Yes.
You sound
not
like,
trash freedom.
You sound like Chairman Mao right now. We get nice freedom here.
He was a good guy, right?
Think about just like a noisy neighbor, right? Like they're not even affecting
he's a noisy
anything.
neighbor.
No,
Who, me?
Running that goddamn mouth 24/7.
Now he's just attacking
me. Like you are somebody that's all
neighbor.
for no rules, let people live how they want to, until I'm annoyed and now implement all the rules.
Well, don't mow your yard and run
Why?
your leaf blower.
They're not affecting you though.
No.
They're doing what they want on their property.
Don't do it during
USA.
According to you.
Don't do it during cocktail hour when I'm trying to sit outside and enjoy the evening. I gotta hear. You got all day to do it.
So, like, to take this guy.
Yeah. So it's that high pitch. It's just the
I
right
love how you
pitch.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
It's
That was better than your impression. It was just going,
It's just like this high buzzing sound that just gets to you.
Okay, so would you? I mean, Mike here. This guy would be with do whatever you want and don't let anyone else affect you. That's like a libertarian look, right?
I guess so,
Okay, so that means you thinking you are that, but not actually feeling like that makes you a fibritarian.
Okay. Hey, it's a group.
252 WCMF, hate mail of the week. Guy named Michael writes us in regards to the story of that dog in Greece hit with a crossbow arrow from two folks that were recklessly, according to police, shooting in their backyard. The dog is okay, took emergency surgery, but these people are now facing charges. 56-year-old man, 45-year-old woman. And Michael heard that story and he wrote us a letter saying essentially they should not be arrested. That anything that is illegal should be legal on a property that you pay for yourself that you pay taxes on. The weirdest part about this letter, I think, in reality, there are places you can go and pretty much have this freedom.
Where's that?
Well, like there are towns you can live in the middle of nowhere.
Oh yeah, country
You
town.
can live out there.
Yeah, you can go
got
shoot
space.
You can go shoot guns and bow and arrow and really do whatever you want without anyone being any the wiser. Like you could
in danger.
Yeah, and you can do all of the illegal things, and as long as you don't make enough of a ruckus, no one's gonna know. This story with the dog and the arrow happened smack dab in the middle of a populated area in the town of Greece.
Where there's a park.
Yes. Well, not even the park, Kimmy. The street that this couple lives on connects Dewey Avenue to the Genesee River. I don't know about you guys, but I don't really feel comfortable with a shooting gallery down the road from a Walmart and a Wendy's and a Dairy Queen.
No, I'd be very uncomfortable if I was this person's neighbor.
I mean, can't we all come to the realization that sometimes what we want is also super dangerous?
Yeah.
Because I would love to drive 90 miles an hour to every hockey tournament that my daughter has, right? And I would love to be able to give someone who likes to, I guess marijuana is the wrong example because now that's legal, right? Like if you want to imbibe in whatever substance that you think you can handle in the privacy of your own home, I guess in theory that's a great idea. But if we were all of a sudden to throw the shackles off, the world would end in a matter of hours. Hours!
Well, if you take it too far.
Well, but dude, there is no such thing as too far in freedom, according to you.
Far freedom.
Far for freedom. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, although I agree with Michael, you're right, it wouldn't work, but I would like to see what would happen if we let it try for a week.
What, just no laws?
Well, no laws on your own property.
It would be a disaster.
Yes.
You'd have a lot
Because it
of
only
dead
takes
people.
like one person. I mean, again, even if that person's not trying to hurt anybody or themselves, it's just one simple mistake or something going wrong. And
Just the amount of nudity you'd have to deal with.
Well, I'm okay with nudity.
Yeah, I don't,
I don't
not
need to
hurting
see
anybody.
too much ass. There's an ass limit, bro.
Frank writes us on Facebook. It doesn't look like our Frank. He looks like a younger Frank. He says, all the arguments you're making against Michael are arguments you can make against the way we live today. We have laws. People still get hurt. We have things you can be arrested for. People still die. If people are going to die anyway, why not let everyone live the way they want to live? A lot of guys like Michael listen to this show today, it seems. Does he have an argument?
I think he feels that way until it's somebody else doing it and it's affecting him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Kimmy's right.
Because I think everybody thinks they'll be responsible, and that's fine. But if you're allowed to do those things, and so is your neighbor, so is everybody else you know, and chances are you're not going to like that too much.
Okay. All right. So just to be clear, before we wrap this up, everybody in the room is anti-crossbow practice in a suburban backyard.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Let's move on. Crime would probably skyrocket if there was no responsibility.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
We've seen car vandalism stories here. We see them all the time.
You got another one?
This one, it would make you the most furious.
Yeah.
Of all the things you were going to steal from my car.
Oh, but they left the car.
The car is there.
They stuck
The
something
car
from
is
it.
standing there.
All right.
What are you going to do with these things that just made my life impossible? We'll get to them next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. You'd feel violated, seeing as how someone stole from you.
No, sure.
There would also be frustration past the violation.
Oh.
Because these seem like things that are hard to replace.
Oh.
And not only that, of all the things you could have stolen from my car, even my car, period, why did you choose to take these? You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF Rycor Heating and Cooling has the coolest tickets to the hottest concerts this summer. RycorHVAC.com. Log on to the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Chicago at CMAC on July 25th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. I've always wondered, just a quick sidebar.
What's that?
With Chicago. How do they transition from like the Chicago of the 60s and 70s into like the Keytar Chicago of the 80s? Is there like a point in the show where it's like, okay, guys, Keytar's coming out? It's Peter's Terror time.
I don't know.
Okay, well, maybe you can find out.
All right.
Go win those tickets at WCMF.com. This story comes to us from Henrietta. Someone awoke to find they had been the victim of a theft of 2 cars that they owned.
Damn, that sucks.
Now, the cars were still there, so it wasn't Grand Theft Auto. All 4 tires were still on both of the cars.
So what'd they take?
This criminal stole the mirrors on the side of the car.
Wait, ripped the mirrors off?
It doesn't say they ripped the mirrors off. Authorities say the mirrors were missing off of a 2021 Mercedes van and a 2019 Toyota Sienna. Police also say the hardware mounts and other parts of the mirror had been damaged, but it looks like they took them off.
What a weird steal.
Yeah.
There have been no arrests. There are no suspects, and this person can't see behind them at all.
Yeah.
You almost just did it to mess with the person, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's think about this.
Okay.
Let's think about this. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why would someone just steal mirrors?
And they probably damaged them getting them off the car, it sounds like.
Is this well, it says the hardware was on the ground.
Okay. Oh, so you can...
Wait, so they took...
So you can, take them off. Like, they didn't rip them off. They took them off with tools?
It said the hardware and mounts were... The mounts on the window had been... on the door had been damaged, but the hardware was on the ground. It almost sounds like they were taking them off.
Oh, yeah. Are they super valuable?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Have you guys... Neither of you have ever heard of this before?
I've had to replace a mirror that I snapped off, but that was years ago.
Okay.
How much was it? Do you remember?
It was about... To put it back, I think $400.
Like mirror damage, mirror replacement is shockingly expensive.
Yeah, don't forget it's got a motor in it and everything.
Yeah. Got a motor in it.
Yeah, it ain't like the old days. There was just an actual mirror. You had to reach out your car and adjust.
Is there a big secondary black market for car mirrors? Because where was
a Mercedes too?
Well,
right?
no, one was Mercedes, one was a Toyota, and the Mercedes wasn't like a Mercedes. It was a Mercedes van, one of those work vans you see. Where would you even sell them if you managed to get your hands on...
Yeah, the black market mirrors.
Right? And mirrors, if I'm not mistaken, we're not big car people, but they're pretty specific to the car you take them off. So you would, if you stole these mirrors, need to find someone that would put it on another 2019 Toyota Sienna?
Yes.
Right? What would they be worth?
So,
unless, to Kimmy's point, people are just being dicks. But you just knock it off with a bat or something.
So I'm looking at different... mirrors that look like they are Toyota mirrors.
Okay.
None of these are more than $50. So most of the cost is coming from the labor to do it and how much damage there is.
Okay, so I'm not even making.
They get you with the labor every time.
But this person, so you're probably not stealing the mirrors to bring back to your shop to install them.
Right.
And if they're selling secondary for $50, you're not going to get that whole thing if you're just trying to flip them real quick. So what was that, $100 caper to steal all 4 mirrors off of these 2 cars in the driveway? And I'm sorry.
Dick move, man.
The frustration of the whole event, I think, would be the bigger issue.
Yeah.
Not so much being a victim, but you stole the hardest thing for me to get fixed on my car.
Right, I'm going to have to call. I'm going to have to wait. The part's going to come in.
Yeah, it's not only is it going to be super expensive. There's no way some mechanic has 2 2019 Toyota Sienna mirrors just sitting in a warehouse.
And the most frustrating part would be my car still drives, but I cannot drive it.
Yeah.
Are you
know
legally allowed to drive without
I don't
side
think
mirrors?
so.
I think if a cop sees that, you're going to get a ticket.
Well, but there's people
I've never seen a car without them. Have you?
So when I was a kid...
Okay.
When I was a kid...
That's the wrong person.
Well, no. My Aunt Carolyn, lovely woman, but when she was just moving out, she had bought this really, really cheap car.
Right.
And she only had side mirrors on one side of the car. The passenger side did not have side mirrors, but the driver's side did.
So,
she didn't pay for the upgrade of 2 mirrors. And I remember as a kid
wait. It was built like that.
Well, yeah, it didn't come off. The car did not come with the mirror. And I remember, I was like 4, 5, 6 years old. I vividly remember.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Neither did I. But she had it. Like, the car just came with a mirror.
But I'm guessing, like, now you've got to have both functioning mirrors, right? Like, you can't, like, if you had one dangling, every once in a while, you see somebody had one, it's just going to flop in like an earring. I'm figuring if a cop sees that, you're going to get pulled over.
I'm trying to think if I've seen a car.
Because it's not going to pass inspection.
I mean, but I don't know. Is it law to have them? I'm trying to think if I've seen a car without them.
You got to be able to back up, not hit something.
Well, you can back up by, like, turning around. Right? I have my rearview mirror in the front of it.
Yeah, but you don't get every angle. Like
Look, I agree with you. It's dangerous. And you're probably right that it is a legality thing. I've just never heard of it before. And, like, has there been someone pulled over for not having side mirrors on their car?
Now, I do say this. So when I did it with mine, I drove the car until the mirror came in. But it was completely off. Like, I cleaned that thing off, man.
How did you lose it?
Backing out of my house in the garage.
Oh, right.
And we had 2 cars in there, so I clipped the passenger, like, completely off.
So
and
we'll add this to the story of cars that you've ruined by backing out somewhere.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I didn't get pulled over.
Okay. Maybe it's one of those things that's illegal, but they never pop you on it.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. But you're right. That would be the most frustrating part, Kimmy. Like, you can drive the car. It's just I don't want to risk, 1, getting in trouble,
I don't
and 2,
know.
the danger of it. Because, like, look, you will crash on both sides of your car not having side view mirrors because it would be just instinct to every time you went to, because you always kind of start to turn a little bit when you look at that mirror to make sure it's clean, right? You would start to turn, look, mirror's not there, oh crap, turn, there's a car there, and I'm dead.
Now, I guess you could rely on if you have a backup camera, like a lot of cars do now.
While driving?
No, but like backing up using your mirrors.
Okay, well, I haven't used my mirrors to back out of my car since
I don't either. I use the camera.
How about, this is the greatest thing ever. And you asked why I keep my Honda Pilot. Okay, it's got a side camera.
Oh.
So when I pop on my right blinker, I can see on my screen the whole blind spot, everything in the other lane.
Oh.
It's the greatest thing that ever invented.
But that's Honda, man.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
But I don't even use that mirror to turn lanes anymore.
I wouldn't either. If I had that camera.
We're there, bang, we're good.
Like when I'm at Wegmans, I back up. I just stare at the camera. Because it'll beep. And if you get closer to something, it's just going to beep more.
Yeah.
And then when that stops, you'll hear somebody scream.
I was going to say, how'd that work for the retaining wall at Wegmans?
Well, that was different.
Was it?
That was a sharp turn.
Did you have the camera on?
No, I clipped the front bumper on that.
Oh, right.
I was trying to 3-point turn.
My apologies.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this story. A person woke up to find that the mirrors, the side mirrors on a 2019 Mercedes van and a 2021 Mercedes van, 2019 Toyota Sienna had been stolen. It happened in the town of Henrietta, and we're trying to figure out why someone would steal mirrors, and 2, if it's legal to drive without your mirrors.
Right.
Vinny's on CMF. A guy named Vinny knows everything about cars, right? Vinny, what's up, buddy?
Hey,
what do you got? Yeah.
Any car built before the 80s only came with one side mirror, and it was on the driver's side.
Is that true?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Right.
So wait, Vinny, I couldn't plunk down an extra $50 and get 2 mirrors?
Well, you'd have to.
All right.
Thank you, Vinny.
Great call, Vinny. Great call. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. I mean, my aunt had this in like 1991.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had 2 mirrors on most of the cars I owned.
Yeah, but you also didn't see things when you blew out your hatchback looking at pornography, so I'm not going to trust what you remember in cars.
The good old days.
Let's talk to Darrell. Hey, Darrell, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So, legally, the driver's side mirror is the only mirror that's required. Vinny's right. Cars only used to come with 1 mirror on the driver's side.
Oh.
And as far as this is the only reason to steal somebody's mirror like that is petty. It's to hurt them specifically, because mirrors are only maybe $50, $60, and they run in 5 to 7 year gaps. Like the car from 2000 to 2010 will have the same mirrors.
Okay.
That's a lot of mirror information.
Darrell, how do you know all this mirror information?
I was a mechanic, and I do my own mechanic work, and I've had to replace a lot of mirrors.
You keep knocking them off, Darrell? You like Tommy? You looking at pornography while you're backing out of the car?
My wife is a very excellent driver, and I love her dearly. I do a lot of maintenance on my cars, though.
All right, Darrell, just us talking. Your wife can't hear us. She's not around. She can't hurt you. How many mirrors has your wife? How many mirrors has your wife sheared off the cars that she drives?
Including the one that I'm missing now, 4.
Man, how much porn does she look at?
4?
That's a lot.
That's a lot of mirrors, man.
4 mirrors over 20. 18 years.
Oh, that's not
and
too bad.
4 cars.
I've blown out 3 hatchbacks over 40 years.
Yeah, all of those are bad. Everything said so far, bad, not good. Darrell, thanks for all the information. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Fault, but she's always the one driving.
Well, Darrell, I'm sorry, buddy. Good thing you know how to do the work, man.
Yeah.
Right?
Thanks for the call,
All
man.
right, you guys
have a good rest of the day. Again, my favorite thing is when they get bored with us.
Yeah. All right, gotta go.
Time to get going.
Y'all suck.
So Kimmy had this theory initially. Darrell backed it up. Len writes us on Facebook. This isn't about stealing mirrors. It sounds like revenge, messing up their car in the smallest way to cause the most
Or it
amount
could
of
just be
stress.
kids jackassing.
Yeah, but that would be a weird.
Yeah.
I mean, as a kid, that's your first thought.
Well, it might be fun to see how it looks, how it works. Who knows?
How bored of a kid were
Yeah.
you?
Probably.
Hey, man, let's steal these mirrors and see what a car looks like without a mirror.
Yes.
Oh, man.
You know what stupid stuff bored
Check it
kids
out.
do?
Hey, you want to see a mirrorless car? It's got to be revenge. It's got to be.
I would think you're
But you
messing
think
with
they would have
somebody.
just taken a bat to it
Well,
or
no, because
something,
you wake
knock it
someone
off.
up with that.
Yeah.
That's true.
This way I get in, I get out. You don't know who I am. You
All
don't have
right.
your mirrors. You don't have Darrell to
So
fix
there's
it.
a lady involved.
Well, to be fair, we don't know if this is a man or a woman that woke up to found it.
I'm just saying there's a lady involved somewhere.
252 WCMF.
Somebody's messing.
Bro, we are getting jammed up with mirror information.
Okay.
Because John is
Man
now on
mirror.
CMF. What up, John?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
You tell us.
So, I'm a vehicle inspector. Worked as a mechanic. V&T law says you have to have 2 rear-facing mirrors. So the one inside on your windshield counts as one, and either the driver's side or passenger side would count as the other.
Okay, so I could even have it just on the passenger side, and it would be legal.
Yep.
So why don't they force to buy 2?
Listen to you like it's a communist country. You're forcing me to buy 2 mirrors.
I don't
in
need 'em.
America
It is-
where I only need 1.
Well, it is safer though to have put 2. I mean,
Right.
it's giving you more angles,
I
which
mean, I
is
like
always a
my
good
mirrors.
thing. Yeah.
And to remove like your either side mirror, you have to almost every car you have to take the interior door panel off to get to the nuts and bolts that hold the mirror on. So they have to break into the car. They have to rip the door
But they
panel
didn't,
off.
it sounds
have
like.
the right tools.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, they
It
could
takes
have
a few minutes to do it. I mean, it's not like a quick grab it and
Bro,
go.
that would take me a week, and I still wouldn't get it done to get a mirror off
Well,
of my
I don't
car.
think you're too handy with tools, though, Tommy. It doesn't sound like you know what a 10-millimeter wrench is, even.
Well, it's bigger than a 9.
He's right. We Googled it.
Yeah.
Will you stop, John? John, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Yeah.
He was politely calling me a sissy.
He went the long way around to calling you a bitch. You're right.
Yeah.
It's like what an Amish man insulting you. Well, methinks you know how to use a hammer. All right, so we're talking small money here, $50 a mirror, maybe.
Right.
You want to talk some big money?
I love big money.
So NFL franchises are private businesses.
That's big money.
It is, but we can't definitively know what every NFL team makes every single year.
Like their profit?
Yes, exactly. However, there is one NFL team that operates by a different set of rules that can give us a glimpse into what every other NFL team is making.
How much they make it. Man.
Bro, this is...
It's got to be insane. And I know the franchise.
Tommy's all proud of himself, and we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We know the NFL is dominant.
Oh, number one, baby.
They own a day of the week. They own a holiday now in Thanksgiving, right? And they can do anything they want to. But it's very hard to tell, based on the way that they do their business, how much money every team is making.
Yeah.
We now have a glimpse. And, I mean, in a market like this, which is similar to where the Bills play, you're able to make this much money annually?
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 9 o'clock. You're familiar with multi-level marketing businesses?
Oh, yeah. Knew a few people that dabbled.
And you see them all over Facebook all the time. There have been traditional products in multi-level marketing businesses. Candles.
Vitamins.
Shakes.
Yes. Health stuff.
Makeup, things like that. There's a new business.
Oh.
And they're coming at you secretly. And based on how popular it's gotten, there have to be people listening right now that are either selling it in this moment or have tried it before.
Can't wait to hear.
Oh, I can't wait to tell you. And we'll get to it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So because the NFL is a private business and each of the franchises are private businesses, they don't have to make public how much money that they make every year.
Okay.
However, there's one exception.
Right.
The Green Bay Packers, because they are kind of fan-owned, have a unique business model, which means the Packers...
They don't have an owner.
Yes. Well, they don't have an owner, but yeah, you're right.
Like a guy like a Jerry Jones.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So because of that, they are the only NFL team who, by law, has to make their financial statements public. And when they do this every year, it gives us a glimpse into every NFL team and what we think they make.
All right.
Last season, in just the money they got from NFL league revenue, so this is money that every NFL team gets at the end of the year, it was $402.3 million.
Wait, $400 million?
Last year, they were it wasn't a profit, but they were given money. Well, that was
because they
NFL
share
profit.
revenue, right?
Yes, that was the revenue sharing. The NFL gave each team $402.3 million, meaning the Buffalo Bills, just from revenue sharing that the NFL gave them, made almost $500 million last year.
Damn. So the sweet money, like all those boxes, that's owner-owned.
So
they don't have to share that.
I don't know if ticket sales go to the revenue because the reason the NFL has wanted a bigger stadium, I think tickets now go to NFL revenue. However,
I thought all those fancy suites, that was just the owners kept that.
I could be wrong. But things like local advertising deals, stuff sold inside the stadium, stuff they sign with like places like Wegmans, it doesn't include that. It also doesn't include concessions and parking and things like that.
Which is gold.
For example, on top of the $400 million the Packers got from the NFL, they had another $250 million in revenue just on their own, bringing the grand total to around $640 million.
In a small market.
Yes, in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
So what does Dallas bring in the Giants?
They are the Cowboys are estimated.
It's got to be $1 billion.
Yeah, as the most valuable franchise in pro sports.
But I'm saying they must make $1 billion a year.
It's possible. And just to put that into context, if the Bills, we know the Bills made $400 million from the NFL based on this stuff. Don't forget, Pagula bought the franchise for what, $1.4 billion?
Something like that, yeah.
So he is now recouping a third of what he paid every single year.
Right. Yeah.
It's bananas.
Well, they have their expenses.
Yes, they do.
You got to pay these guys. And I don't know what Pagula puts in his pocket, but I'm sure he got it back pretty quick.
All right, let's just put it this way, man. The money that you're paying these athletes is already covered by the time the NFL money shows up.
Yeah, probably.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Damn.
So I don't. I know this doesn't really quite go hand in hand, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like as a fan, I almost don't even. As a fan of a team that's building a brand new stadium, just don't even tell me.
No, you're 100% right.
I don't even want to know.
You're 100% right, because you're right. We are on the hook for part of that
wait
stadium.
a second. Why isn't that going straight into the other thing? Yeah, I don't know.
It's a very valid point, because here's the thing. Let's say the NFL didn't want to share that money.
Right.
So the NFL, based on the math that we have with the Green Bay Packers, again, last season with the Green Bay Packers, the only team that has to make public the financial information, the money they bring in, the money they make, whatever, were given $402.3 million by the NFL, which means every of the 32 NFL teams were given $402 million in profits the NFL made. Combined, it means the NFL made $13 billion last year.
Damn.
Let me say that again. The National Football League, in 1 year, before you count sodas and parking and advertising for local teams, made $13 billion.
I wonder what Wegmans makes a year.
Well, we're never going to know because it's private.
No, but I thought that was out there one time.
Can we Google? Let's give it a shot.
I want to. For some reason, $9 billion stuck in my mind.
No.
Like in sales, in total sales.
Oh, you're saying gross.
Total sales.
Everything altogether,
Right.
not profit.
Right.
Okay. That would make. I mean, I guess that would make sense. No.
Wegmans food.
Now I think about no. There's no way.
Wegmans, bro.
$9 billion.
Yeah.
So this is according to Forbes. Wegmans Food Market's family-owned supermarket chain had an annual revenue of $12 billion in 2023.
So they're almost as big as the NFL.
Well, no, this is money that is profit that the NFL is sharing with the
true.
teams.
You're right.
That's
right,
what they
right.
sold.
Right,
period.
that's total.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So $13 billion is what the NFL had left over when they were done paying the electric
Right,
bill.
yeah, Danny ain't getting that in his pocket.
Ew, man,
He'd
they
have one hell of a Ferrari.
They sell $12 billion worth of food?
That's what it says.
And they're not even a huge chain.
I mean, yeah, they're not like nationwide.
No. God
Oh,
damn.
well, okay, what is, I don't want to know.
What?
So what does Walmart make in revenue every year?
Bro, that family is the richest family on. If you combine all 6 kids, they're the richest family in
They
the
would
world.
also look freakish, with 12 arms and 6 heads.
Not
We're
Arkansas.
so rich.
That's a normal Arkansas baby right there.
All right, let's do this.
It's an Arkansas wiggler.
All right, let's do this now that we're talking money. Now that we find out that Wegmans has a revenue.
And don't
of
forget,
$12 billion.
Walmart's global.
All right, Kimmy?
Yeah.
I want you to Google the revenue of Walmart every year. Don't say it out loud. Let me know when you have it, okay? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So Wegmans revenue, $12 billion.
Right.
The NFL's profit, after they pay all the bills, $13 billion that they send to every team split up amongst the way. Tommy, give me a guess with what we have here, what the revenue of the Walmart Corporation is on an annual basis.
It's got to be close, because they're global, to $1 trillion.
So you're going to say $1 trillion a year?
Close to it. I'm going to say not a trill, but just a C here under a trill.
Okay, that's way too high. I'm going to say $120 billion.
Bro, man, you low.
Bro,
you
Wegmans
lower than
is
your
at 12.
mama.
It's 10 times bigger than Wegmans.
Bro, think about it.
$1 trillion. That's the deficit of the country.
They're in China. They're in the
Walmart
Middle
in China?
East. They're all over the world. They're all over
They
the.
don't have Walmarts in the Middle East.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they
You don't think they like to discount shop in the Middle East?
Ah, I knew it. There you go.
You guys want to know the
All
answer?
right, so you got $1 trillion. I got $120
I say
billion.
just under a trill.
Kimmy, what do you got?
You're at 100
$120 billion.
So bet you would be close if you were talking about Target, which is $107
That's
billion.
a popcorn fart.
Walmart.
Oh, sit down, son.
In 2023
I am sitting down.
had an annual revenue of just over $611 billion.
All right, so we split it down the middle.
Yeah. No, we don't split it down the middle. You were at 100 billion.
You were at
That's
$1 trillion.
Yeah, so trillion's up here.
100's down here, 600's in the middle, you idiot.
I'm in the middle,
No,
you low.
I'm 100 away from 0, which puts us 600 right in the middle, you dumbass.
So I was closer.
No! Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Man, this is mind-boggling.
I know.
Mind-boggling.
But it's like total sales. It's not like cash in your pocket.
No, I understand, but I
know.
got how this works. Now, by the way, again, the $13 million or $13 billion with the NFL, that is cash in pocket for the NFL.
Yeah, that's
right?
top shelf.
No,
yeah.
I get you're right. Danny Wegmans isn't getting a check for $12 billion every year. The Walton family isn't splitting a $600 billion check, but like a little bit of all of that is our money that we spend. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Like it's insane to think like all of us combined added up to $600 billion to put in the coffers of these places.
I know.
It's insanity. And how are you charging me more for bananas if you're pulling in $600 billion? 252-WCMF. We'll take some calls. I'm sorry, we've been rambling. Let's talk to Ed. Hey, Eddie, how are you, buddy?
Good. With the National Football League making that much money, it makes you wonder why the taxpayers have to build their stadium.
Because we're suckers, sucker.
Kimmy brought that up. I mean, we're with you 100%.
They ain't giving that money up. That's why they're rich.
Plus it costs you how much to sit down? $9 for a beer. It's
And they throw it at you.
Petey or Eddie, when's the last
They
time
dump it on you.
Ed, when's the last time you went to an NFL game?
It's been a while.
So is that out of protest or because you just can't afford to go?
No, I can afford to go, but I just choose to watch the games in my living room.
Okay, but it is funny. And Ed, I want to be clear with you. I agree with every point you just made. I agree with you 100%. But, I mean, even watching it at home, you're still lining their pockets with money because every ad you see, somebody paid a fortune to show you.
Right.
But again, the people I don't understand why we have to pay taxpayer dollars to build their stadiums, why some congressman or somebody doesn't do something about that.
They're doing something about it.
Oh, here we go. No, see, this is why I don't take this call. Here comes conspiracy. There's clouds in Washington. What a bunch of clouds.
Oh, you know what's going on.
You have admitted you would be the dirtiest politician of all time.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Okay. Eddie, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, we're going to do one more.
Right.
One more. So off of this story about what the NFL made last year, $13 billion, which means every team made about $400 million. Then we find out that Wegmans has an annual revenue, gross income, of $12 billion. We found out that Walmart is $600 billion. Pete has got the last word on CMF. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good. So, Tommy, I want to see what you would guess Amazon made for their total sales last year.
Kimmy, can you Google this just to make sure we have the same information?
Is that the biggest company in the world?
I already have it pulled up on
Pete
Google.
already did his research.
So is Amazon the biggest company in the world?
Well, no, he's not. No, we're not giving you hints. You're Mr. Money Man over here.
All right, so if they're at 600.
At Walmart.
Okay. But it's a different kind of, I don't.
Give me a guess. Come on, Money
I'm
Man.
going to say they're bigger than Walmart.
Okay, yeah, obviously. Give me a number.
800 mil.
Okay.
800 bill.
Petey, I'm going to say 1.2 trill.
Wait, what are you stuck with that?
1.2 trill.
Wait, you're going trill?
I'll go 1.2 trill.
No, because they're not the first $1 trillion company.
Let's see.
When you guys started talking about this, I had to Google it, and I was very shocked.
All right, I'm at 800 billion.
575 billion.
But they're lower.
Wait, it's lower than Walmart.
Lower.
Damn it,
Right.
Pete.
Yeah.
You made it sound like we should have gone higher.
Right.
Now I feel
was shocked, too. I would have guessed closer to $1 trillion myself.
Yeah, but I mean, Walmart has all those side businesses that you don't really realize that they do.
And they own the properties and everything.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
By the way, we're talking about bitching about, the NFL getting money for stuff being built. How about every Amazon facility in Monroe County?
Oh, yeah.
The tax breaks.
Sure,
they get
yeah.
on those. All right, Petey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, let's stop being old men yelling at clouds.
I realize how poor I am now.
Yeah.
Like how much I don't matter.
They look at you as an ant because of this money.
I'm less than an ant. I think there's more value in ants. They're working 24/7.
Well, Tommy, let's say you want to make more money.
How do I do that?
You want to get rich. Well,
I need a break.
I got a job for you.
Yeah, what kind of job? A mouth job?
No.
This is technically you have a mouth job right now. Tommy Mouth Job is what they call him when he's not around. There are lots of there are lots of businesses, jobs that you can start with no experience right away from the comfort of your own home.
Oh.
Sounds great, doesn't
it?
Most of those businesses we've seen before, they involve like candles or makeup or shakes or whatever. This is new.
Okay.
It's a new multi-level marketing business that a bunch of people between the ages of like 25 and 35 have jumped on.
Damn.
And this is either genius or the stupidest thing we've ever seen. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, this is good.
What happened?
For decades, friends and family have existed. There are friends and family that have existed that wanted to pull you aside and talk to you about a new, exciting business opportunity.
And it will piss you off.
What are you talking about, man? They got cheap long distance.
I know.
They got amazing shakes that'll help you lose weight.
How about the soap?
Makeups and knives and God knows what else. And it was annoying and it was awkward and that scheme was easy to spot.
Yeah.
This time, they're getting sneakier.
What happened?
And oh my goodness, do they have something people want? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:25. You know, I just realized we're a little money heavy the last couple of weeks. We just talked about what the NFL is making. We're going to tell you about this new way to make money. If you're motivated, and if you don't make money, it's your fault. Just after 9:30, you want a job that is secure.
Yeah.
A job that not a lot of people can do as well as you can.
Great.
In that way, this would be a great job to have.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
However, if you lost this job, you would be in some serious trouble.
Why?
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Kimmy?
Yes?
Have either of you ever heard of Scout and Cellar?
No.
Scout and what?
CELLAR, like a basement.
Oh.
Scout and Cellar.
Okay, no.
All right, no.
Okay. It is a company that will send you wine directly to your front door.
Oh.
Okay.
And
Like
they also-
wine of the month or
I've
something?
heard of things like this.
Right.
So they do have some
Yeah.
like programs where you can sign up, but you can also go right to their website and pick out wine. And they'll send you some other things too, like coffee and cheese. But it seems that wine is what they started with, and what makes them their most.
All right, it's their anchor.
Yep. But there is something unique about the company Scout and Cellar.
What's up?
You see, they employ over 20,000 what they call consultants.
Wow.
To market their products directly to consumers.
Okay.
And as I go through the details, tell me if you've heard of anything like this before, okay? The consultants market the company's bottle directly to consumers via tastings at private homes, offices, boutiques, or other similar establishments.
So it's Amway with wine.
Oh, I'm not done. At Scout and Cellar, consultants must purchase $250, a $250 Basics business kit, and then pay an annual revenue fee of $129.95. They also must generate $600 in qualifying sales to remain in their consultant
How do you do
job.
that?
Well, you could buy it yourself or sell it to people you know.
What if I get you to do it too?
Well, that's interesting because you also get a mentor that is financially incentivized for every sale that you make. This is a multi-level
Oh yeah,
marketing
absolutely.
business.
Great idea.
And it may be the greatest multi-level marketing business of all time, because they took something finally that people actually wanted in alcohol, and they talked people into selling it for them.
But by the way, you're going to invite people over to your house to give you the sales pitch while they're getting drunk.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a great idea, man. I know 10 people that drink this
You're
stuff.
essentially hosting wine tasting parties,
Exactly.
probably. Would be my guess.
To recruit.
Yeah.
And whether it's not a recruit or to sell the wine, which also is a great idea because I just offered you free wine in my house.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are there people who have had experience with Scout and Cellar? Because it's important to point out, it feels like, Tommy, there are two kinds of businesses like this.
Right.
There are the Avon or the Mary Kay type of businesses where it seems more like a social club. I mean, yes, it's a business, but grandma's not going to lose all her money selling Avon or Mary Kay. And then there are like the long distance phone card, weight loss shakes, end of the world supplements that are straight up snake oil.
Yeah.
No one needs those things.
Yeah.
They're just there to scam you. Which one is Scout and Cellar?
Well, you are getting wine.
You are. You are.
But
But
if you like the wine, you enjoy it.
Yeah.
You'd be good. Yeah.
okay, but what about the people selling the wine and the cheese and the coffee?
Yeah, because that's what I don't really get, like what the incentive is to sell it.
Well, to get more people to sell it. So I invite you over, I talk you into do it.
No, I
get a
understand
bonus for that.
But when you have to buy into it, like I don't know. I would think at this point people kind of know what's up the second you say you have to buy so much, you have to keep up this sales to stay in it. You know what I mean?
You have a membership fee.
Yeah. I would think like that would at this point turn a lot of people off just because they have experienced all those other ones that you mentioned before.
But this is the right product to do this with.
No. You're right. Like there are people out there that would totally buy into this, but I also know people that like once they find like a wine that they like or they really get into wine, they're now above that level of wine.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Snobbery.
Now, to be fair, I went to the. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I discovered this company because there are a couple of girls that I went to high school with who they married like rich guys and they were stay-at-home moms. And in their like social media profiles, it said like, it was like Scout and Cellar. Scout and Cellar. And I was like, what the hell is that?
Right.
So I clicked on it one day and it takes you to this website. And it said like, consultant at Scout and Cellar. And I was like, oh, this woman got a job. Oh, no, turns out she didn't. She's part of this multi-level marketing scheme. And Kimmy, when I went on this site, now I know nothing about wine. I know nothing about wine. But they make this stuff look and sound fancy as hell.
Yeah.
But again,
I mean, it seems like they're aiming at the upper crusty, whether or not it is upper crusty.
but those upper crusty people know their wine.
Well, then they could also be aiming at middle crusty to
About
make
low
them
crusty.
think they're upper crusty.
Yeah, but you can also be low crusty thinking, oh, this is my way into being upper crust.
You're right. There's crust of all crust, Kim.
Yeah.
But I wonder,
Crust of
though,
many
if
colors.
it's tougher to sell here just because so many people have been on wine tours. People are people can get very specific about the type of, like, where that wine comes from. They've had Finger Lakes wines. They know the ones that they like to stick to. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that there are a ton of people out there that would buy into this. But I do wonder if there's, like, a limit to it because eventually, like, those people are going to move on.
Well, these things do bottom out, to your point. Like, all these marketing schemes seem to kind of, like, hit their peak and people wake up and then But now there's a new generation of suckers being born.
It is amazing that, like, every time, he's right.
No, you're right. Every generation has their own thing.
And here's the thing. Amway, Avon, and Mary Kay, they're still in business, right? I mean, those are multi-level marketing businesses that have existed for decades.
But they get the next set coming in.
But those are also products that I know people have stayed loyal to, too. Like, they found that product that they've used their whole lives and they don't move away.
Use Avon and Mary Kay?
That sounds like old lady stuff.
Yeah.
So I know people that love, like, they stick to, like, the Mary Kay, like, face wash, things like that. It's just something that they've always.
Good change of words. Thank you.
What did I? Face wash?
I thought you were going to say another thing and then went with face wash as you looked at the man that sits here. Never mind. That's how my brain has been broken by you, Tommy Muley.
No, but sometimes people find something like that they like and they will never switch off of it. They will use it their whole lives.
Oh, okay.
So you have, like, lifelong loyalty to some of those products.
Okay, so Kimmy does bring up a very important issue here with this business potential.
What's that?
Again, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this business that apparently has blown up the last couple of years. It's called Scout and Cellar. It's a multi-level marketing business. They have, 20,000 consultants, they call them, across the country. They market the bottles of wine directly to consumers via tastings at private homes, office, boutiques. It also looks like they get their own website that they can, like, link to and whatever. And it's just the site with their name on it, right? But to be a part of their
team, their family,
you must purchase a $250 business basics kit. You have to pay an annual revenue of $129.95. You also must sell $600 in qualifying sales. And by the way, with all that, you get a mentor that is financially incentivized to help you with every sale.
Yeah, so basically he's getting a cut.
Or she. I mean, we are talking.
Oh, lady whining.
Look, I mean, the only people I know that have done this, that I've seen doing this, are women.
Yeah, well, most of these,
No. There are, I mean, look, Avon and Mary Kay are aimed towards women.
Right.
My dad tried to sell long-distance
right,
cards.
But I'm thinking like the candles, the purses, the sex toys. Those all seem to be more women doing it.
Yeah, it would be weird if I tried to sell your wife a sex toy at a party.
Right. Well, that's my point. But we know a girl that sat here.
Hey, Kimmy, can I come over, Kimmy, and do a sex toy party at your apartment?
But remember we had a chick here that was on the show. She got into selling those dildos at those sex toy parties, and she got stuck with a box of dildos and like lubes and crap.
That was the name of the business. That's why he didn't succeed. Hey, I'm here from lubes and crap.
She had those plugs and everything.
By the way,
what do you do with those?
If you got lubes and crap, you're putting it in the wrong place.
Like, what do you do if you have a whole box
There
of
is something
plugs?
interesting to the sex toy thing because you're right. You think like people would be like embarrassed to like do that in a group, but I think that those were successful because it helped people open up the
stigma.
Their ideas of because they realize like, oh, other people would want something like this too. Like they're not alone in feeling that way. I don't know. I think like there was like a comfort level that came.
There ain't no lone dildo
with the sex toy parties.
There ain't no lone dildo is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
There ain't no lone dildo. But you got a box of them plugs, son. What you gonna do with them? It's a sin down there. Just beware.
So going back to the point that Kimmy made a second ago, as we got sidetracked with Tommy's butt stuff. What makes this company brilliant also could be its downfall.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's not hard to get wine.
Right.
Wine is no longer...
And wine is cheap,
Thank
man.
you. And
Those ads?
Yep. And most people don't need some expert to explain wine to them, right? Like, I can walk into any liquor store in Rochester, and that guy wearing a polo shirt with the name on it...
They got people there, yeah.
You got it. He's going to explain everything to me. Why am I buying my wine this way instead of just heading down to the liquor store?
Right.
Other than the guilt I would feel of not buying from my friend. Because, like, if I'm buying weight loss shakes, the only place I can get that formula, which was developed by this doctor who has been shut out of mainstream medicine because he's changing the way Big Shake works, man, is to get it through my friend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know.
Like, unless this wine has been blessed by some kind of shaman, I don't have a good enough reason to go buy it from my friend.
Yeah. That's
Somebody
a good
else
point.
just brought up a good point.
What's that?
They were asking, do you need a liquor license to sell that?
Well, we'll get to that later.
So, you're not, I guess the way that they would be able to get around it, and that's a great question. I don't know
Yeah.
the
Because you're not
answer.
buying directly from me.
Bingo. You're going to the website
Okay,
to buy it.
but you're the one, you're like the rep.
Yeah, that's all you
I
are.
guess.
But I'm having you over to, I mean, I can open up a bottle of wine for you guys at my
Right.
house.
Right.
You're not giving
But
me money that
But then
night.
I wonder, like, how responsible you are.
Ooh.
Because, there could be somebody under 21 at that party.
That's all on you, probably. I'm sure this company has no liability of what you do in your house. So they wouldn't
But you're
want it.
providing it.
I mean, she does bring up a good point. Like, I'm not going to go to a pitch to her in long distance and get so hopped up on long distance I'm
Yeah.
going to crash my car on the way home, right? I mean, I'm not going to go to Mary Kay, rub stuff on my face,
Right.
and it's going to cause me to...
But I'm guessing, like, if you overserve somebody at one of your wine parties, that company's got to. Who are you?
Okay,
Oh.
yeah, you're
No.
probably right. You're probably right. Look, here's the thing, man. Like,
Please scam responsibly.
with the long distance phone cards, the weight loss shakes, the supplements, right, the snake oil stuff. Like, and what makes this business more interesting is it's a product people will use and a product
Right.
people want, right? But even with a product that is good,
Yeah.
the pitch from the friends and family member is always the issue.
It's so sad, man. And you saw it firsthand.
Bro, I watched it. I think everybody of a certain age, you're right.
Oh,
My
yeah.
dad did it. But, like, that uncomfortable interaction
Right.
when someone you know or care about uses that relationship to trap you into, in this case, coming over for a wine tasting.
And especially when they don't let it go. Like I had this happen to me at work. I got suckered into an Amway thing, and I was kind of pissed at the guy. But then he was like, "Come on, hey, so what do you think? Have you thought about it?" I go, "Yeah, it's not for me, man. I'm not a salesman." Yeah, but like they just won't let it go. You know what I mean? That's what gets so goddamn annoying. It's the follow-up.
But even short of trying to get them to recruit to work for you,
Right.
when they just trying to sell you all that stuff, right? Like when you go to this person's house for whatever it is, you're going to have to buy something.
Mm-hmm.
It's a massive waste of your time, a massive waste of your money. It is such a dick thing to do.
Right.
These people, by the way, quick sidebar. Can we talk about how awkward it is to watch your friends and family give these pitches in front of a room full of people?
Yes.
Because they have to try and stand up and sell people.
Yeah.
And it's a big-time skill not everybody has.
Right.
And there's no shame in not having that skill. Like,
Right.
I'm not judging you, right? But if you don't have it and you try to pull it off, it's like watching someone on fire.
Yeah.
It is so awkward and
It's sad.
uncomfortable. Dear
It's
Lord,
super sad.
Baby G.
My old man would have been great at this stuff.
Well, he kind of did it.
Yeah. I mean, he was a great salesman. Like, to your point, though, he could walk in a room and sell people. It's the only skill he really had, but he nailed it. You know what I mean? But to your point, most people don't have that skill.
As someone who has gone to many of these parties, been pitched for many things, some of them weren't as difficult as others. Like some of them was just like, hey, do you want this product or not?
Okay.
It wasn't like, I'm going to follow up with you because you're not going to need a refill or something. You're just buying a candle, right? But were those other ones that were so convoluted. Like there was one for a while, and I don't know if it still exists, like Beachbody or something.
yeah.
Oh, the
where they
diet
were, like-
supplements?
where they were like selling you shakes. I don't know if they had the shakes, but they had the workouts too.
They're like double now.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Sorry.
they were selling you like workout subscriptions to like their website or
Oh,
or
God.
DVDs and stuff, and
Yeah.
it was just like that was something like where they were always following up with you. Hey, do you
It
need
sucks.
more? Hey, we have this new product. Hey, you should check this person's workout. It was just nonstop afterwards.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this new, what seems to be multi-level marketing business. It's called Scout and Cellar. They sell wine, mostly wine, some cheeses, high-end cheeses and coffees too. It's one of these things where you have to buy in for a business kit. You have to pay them a membership fee every year to keep selling. You have to at least sell $600. But by the way, good news.
What's
the
that?
money you spend on wine also counts towards that.
Wow.
You get a mentor that is financially incentivized for every sale you make. It's a multi-level marketing business, but they're using wine. Wine, Tommy. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
All right. So I used to do in-home wine parties for a company called the Traveling Vineyard.
Okay.
I would come in with 5 wines, reds, whites, whatever you wanted. All right. And
Whatever
I would
kind of
tell
mood
about
you're
the
into.
wine, yada, yada, yada. What's that?
Nothing. Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, no, I would just tell about the wines, and a lot of times people would make foods to go with those wines. So, like, people would come in, eat, and try the wines that go with those foods type of thing.
Okay.
And to get around the liquor license, they didn't have order forms. They had survey and interest forms.
Oh.
So they would fill that out. I would put it into the computer, and everything would get shipped right to their house.
Did you make any money doing this?
I made 20% off of everything I sold. If I sold a coaster, a set of coasters, 20%.
So did you make money?
10 bottles of wine, 1 bottle of wine, 20%. So it was, I was making a couple $100 a party. It was nice.
Oh, okay.
All right. That's not bad.
He's actually
they would send me. Go ahead.
He's got great news. He can get us in on the ground floor this time, right now.
I'm in.
It's good. No, it was a lot of fun. You guys have a great day.
Thanks, Joe. Have a good rest of the day. It is funny, like the pre-internet stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, fill out this comment card, cut me a check, send me this thing here.
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, again, you have these parties, you give them the website that you're on, and they go buy it right from there.
Yeah. That does cut out that communication between you and the person selling.
Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Matt writes us, again, talking about the Scout and Cellar multi-level marketing business for wine and cheese. This is something, Matt writes, this is something for rich stay-at-home housewives. My sister's husband is rich. She stays home. So do all her friends. They all sell for Scout and Cellar and bombard everyone on their social media page about, okay, this
So it's bored housewife.
So then it's more like Avon or Mary Kay than it is Amway or long distance or
So it sounds like it's a lady business.
Well,
for the
yeah,
most part.
I mean, right? Again, the ones that I've seen doing it, all women.
Yeah.
And all exactly what Matt writes on Facebook.
Women like that wine.
What would be a guy's equivalent of this then? Because you're right. I mean, most of these I've gone to, it's craft beer party.
If they did, I mean, if you had a website where, you name it something
Whiskey
like
tasting, cigars,
there you go.
all that stuff.
There you go.
It's amazing that doesn't exist.
Here's why it doesn't exist. Men are not reliable enough to continue to buy products.
I mean, every once in a while you'll see these things where they have these whiskey tastes and wine tastes. We've had them on here before. They're still around, but usually you go to a store or
no, but she's saying it's like a multi-level
no, I'm
marketing.
saying like where you would recruit others to sell under you and
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, I think a craft beer one would work. I think that Tommy's right, whiskey or gin or whatever.
Cigars are big.
That's a good one. But that being, again, like
Crack.
I think women are more loyal to their friends. I think these businesses prey on the loyalty that people have around them. Like, if Tommy tries to tell me, hey, I'm going to have a whiskey, get out of my face. I'm not coming to your house.
But even if I come to your house, I'm just going to bust your balls and make fun of it. Where like girls will try to support each other.
Yeah.
Like, she's been through so much. And, I just want her to find somebody and just be happy. We were just, this sucks, man. I'm not buying this dog turd of a cigar from you.
What am I going to get for free, though?
Right.
Yo, what's free 99?
Where's the food?
And even past all that, let's say I do go and I am interested in the product and I do buy one thing. The odds that I'm going to continue to buy are zero, where, like you said, with Mary Kay, women will find something they like.
And I'm never going to give you credit either. I'm never going to give you credit.
Well, as long as I get money, I don't care if I get
No, but
credit.
I'll never promote you.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be my fine now.
You're right. All right, with all that being said, maybe you want a legitimate job, like 40 hours a week, go somewhere.
Steady
do
Eddie.
that job. You got it. Okay. You would think the more specific the job you do, the more valuable you are. And that is true. In one way, having jobs like this would almost ensure that you couldn't go anywhere. But, I mean, every job has to fire people sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And if you had jobs like these and you lost your jobs, you would be in so much trouble.
Oh.
So much trouble.
Just for losing my job?
Do you know the jobs that employ the least amount of people in America? Specific job.
Southern dentist?
We'll tell you what they are Next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You would think the more specific your skill, the more valuable you would become.
Well, yeah.
And that's right. I mean, if only you can do it.
Yeah, you making some bank.
Okay, the problem with that is
what?
If you do something that is not common, and then all of a sudden that job goes away, you are also in some serious trouble. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. I have in front of me a list of the least common jobs in America.
Okay.
Now, I think they got this off of U.S. Census survey, things like
so
that.
it's very unique.
It does not get more unique than this specific job.
Right.
Are you ready to find the job the least amount of Americans work in every year?
Yes, I am.
Ready? Wood pattern maker.
Wood pattern maker.
Kimmy, can you please Google what the hell a wood pattern maker does? Whatever it is, it pays around $50,000 a year, which is close to the American average. But nationwide, do you want to guess how many wood pattern makers there are?
Nationwide.
Nationwide, 330 million Americans.
3,000.
260 full-time wood pattern makers in America, which means on average there are only about 5 per state.
All right.
Full-time.
Making your wood patterns.
What is a wood pattern maker?
Is that like a chiseler or something?
So they basically, they
No,
make
that's a Batman villain.
Oh.
a wood pattern maker is also known as a mold maker. So it's like they're making a mold out of wood, kind of. They plan, lay out, and build wood patterns to create sand molds for castings.
I have no idea what any of that is.
Why would somebody get into that?
It sounds like something that went away in the 1800s.
Well, I mean, it's still.
I'm a whittler. I'm a professional and an old pro whittler.
What would I need a wood pattern maker for?
I wouldn't even know what that would look like.
Well, probably like a guy, 6'2", strong hands.
Is that your fantasy?
Maybe.
Yeah, it sounds like you're basically just making a mold of whatever it is that you're, replicating.
But why would not metal?
Maybe
well,
it's easy. Maybe
it's a different guy.
Yeah.
No,
you
I
need
know
to see
it's
a metal man.
I understand. There's lots of guys that make molds for metal here in Rochester. I know a lot of you guys listen. Why would I need a mold made
Maybe
out
it's
of
for
wood?
different materials.
Okay,
I don't know.
All right.
Something that can only be held by wood and wood-related products.
No, I thought you were going somewhere with that.
No, I'm not trying to be dirty.
No, not at all.
Oh.
So do you think of the 260 full-time wood pattern makers nationwide, do you think any of them reside in Rochester? Because we do have a weird manufacturing base that surprises me sometimes.
And we are old school.
Could there be one guy, one man, one woman?
I would say no more than one.
Okay, so if we have one, we have one.
We probably have less than one.
It's a very lonely trade show every year.
We got a half a wood.
All right, so we're going to go down the list here. Clock and timer precision technician.
So that's a clock setter, or
I've given you all of the information that I have.
So, like, if you had like an old-timey clock in a building, and we had a lot of old buildings here, we probably maybe have some old clocks that had to be repaired or wound.
I mean, would make sense.
You would have to have a professional do that, and who's got that skill?
There was only 400 of them nationwide of 330 million
and
people.
And are they lonely?
And they also make around $50,000 a year.
Okay.
So it's weird that these two jobs are so rare, yet they're still making an average salary, right? Because you would think the more rare your job is, the more you would be making because you're part of a unique group.
So I had to go up to Webster last week for some business.
Okay.
And there's a guy.
For some business.
I had a little business
like you do business.
I had some business up that way. And I had to close a couple of deals. So there's a business that's been there since I lived in Webster. And it's ancient. I don't know how this dude makes money. He's a radio and TV repairman.
Wait, it's still open?
It's open. And stereos, and you can bring all your stuff in there and have it repaired. But he's been there forever.
But he just does radio and TV.
It says radio, TV, stereo guy.
Okay.
Who is bringing a TV in for repair and a radio?
I mean, maybe like
an old school radio.
I mean,
I was going to say, right around the corner from me, there's like a vacuum repair shop.
I get.
I don't either.
They
because
repair like lamps and stuff. Like they repair a bunch of random stuff in your house.
But it's weird, like how, like I would say, if you tell me you were a radio and TV repairman, I would say
you died 40 years ago.
Yes.
Unless, like, do they specialize? Because like some people have like those antique radios that are worth a lot of money. Like, do they bring those things?
But
to
is there enough business to stay open?
That's a good question.
I mean, like, how many people have an antique radio you're
or
going to drag
TV?
in
Do
there?
people collect antique TVs.
But again, you'd have to have enough people in Webster
Yeah.
to make this guy.
Unless
but he's
like
open.
everybody in the area
Oh.
goes there, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? I don't know how many of them there are.
I saw so many people standing there with those old times radios under their arm. They wanted to hear the presidential address.
252 WCMF. Okay, I want you to think about this question when we go to the phones because we are getting some answers about these jobs that we've never heard of. Is it smart to get a rare job because you'll always be in demand? Or is it dumb to have a rare job because if you lose that job, it would be impossible to get another one in your field? Think about it. Think
Right.
about it.
I'm thinking.
We started with the wood pattern maker. It is the rarest job in America. There are only 260 full-time wood pattern makers that make around $50,000 a year in the U.S. Scott is on CMF. Hey, Scotty, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good. So people that pour concrete, they make a box like for sidewalks at homes. Wouldn't that be a wooden pattern?
Bro, I didn't know what this was until Kimmy looked it up. What are you asking me for?
Right.
Scott, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, it sounds like Mike has more information.
Okay.
Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, foundry owner. I've called you guys a couple times.
Oh yeah, every
I've
time you don't call, we're like, hey, where'd that foundry owner go?
But no, I've worked with wood pattern makers my entire life, and it's for sand castings, and it's one of the cheapest ways of making a pattern. I mean, somebody comes up with a concept, they draw it on a piece of paper, and the pattern maker actually transfers that from 2D to 3D, which is, I mean, that's an art form and a half.
Pretty cool. So, I mean, so the guy you deal with, I mean, it being so rare, where are they out of?
One in Webster. There's a couple guys in Honeywell Falls. and
Wait a
there's
minute,
place-
this doesn't make any sense.
This ain't the same thing.
Or our
Yeah.
information's wrong.
Yeah.
Actually, no. You know what? When Bausch & Lomb, Kodak, and Xerox were here, there were 1 million foundries in Rochester. Not 1 million, but there's quite a few.
Well, wait a minute. So maybe we're in like one of the hot spots. He's right
Okay.
because of.
But there's manufacturing all over the Northeast.
But this is unique manufacturing.
Oh.
Unique.
Yes, it is.
Unique.
And right now there are, I believe, 3 production-type foundries in the Rochester area.
Well, there you go.
And when I was a kid, there was over 20 easily.
Hey, Mike, listen. So we don't sit around talking about foundries without answers from now on. I need you to be ready to call at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
All right, Mike? We missed you. It was too long between calls.
Yeah.
I know. I could hear it in your voice.
Mikey, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All right. Take care, guys.
There
Bye.
goes Foundry Mike. Okay, now it's getting even weirder because our information could be wrong, that there are only 260 full-time wood pattern makers nationwide, and that would mean Pete is one of them. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
What's up, man?
What do you got?
Hey, it depends. I was a pattern maker, and what they do is they make wood. I mean, they could be as big as a house because what we made was huge casings and stuff. And it's made. What you do is you make the wood pattern. You pour the sand in it with chemicals, so the sand sets up. Then you pour cast iron in it, and that's where your casing.
That's where you get your pattern there.
I still don't even know what this is.
They call them Petey patterns. You know that?
I have no idea. I can't picture this in my head.
I'm with you. I was just letting everybody else who's smarter than us figure it out.
Sand shows up now.
All right, Pete, so when I tell you, based on this information, that there's only 260 of these people left nationwide, do you believe that?
Yes, because where I used to work, the foundry closed down, so now they don't have one at all. So
They closed the
a lot
foundry?
of foundries are going to India and China.
Okay.
So it's becoming a very rare thing.
Okay, that makes perfect sense then, because you see a job that only has 250 people nationwide, 260 people doing it. You go, well, why is it not worth more money? But if you can ship the job overseas, okay, that makes perfect sense. Gotcha. All right, Petey.
Right. But it was a cake job though. It was top of the union pay scale when you got to the top of your level.
Well, no wonder they were shipping it overseas, Pete. Don't say that out loud.
I was overpaid.
I never made it to the top, so don't blame me.
Man, this is why they would hit you with bars of soap when you walk to the union meetings, Pete. Petey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Pete. Yeah, union cake job. You know, stop shipping all these jobs
Barely
overseas.
worked.
Shut up, Pete. By the way, there is one in the top 5 that will make you a fortune.
Oh.
And we're talking about the jobs with the least amount of people in America. I'm going to try and say this right. You ready?
You probably need an education for this.
Big time. This is called a prostodontist.
Prostodontist?
Hold on.
Are you doing dinosaur teeth?
You doing dinosaur teeth, did you say?
Prostodontist?
How do you do? Okay.
So is it like a dentist?
It is a dentist, prostodontist, but it's a specific type of dentist.
Like, what are they doing with the tooth?
They are a dentist that specializes in treating complex dental and facial matters.
Oh.
They make a ton of money as a prosthodontist, even though there are only 570 nationwide. You will make $240,750 a year.
I did know somebody that had, because of their cancer, they had to go to like a specialist.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if this is that
Is
guy.
it like a reconstruction?
Well, because
kind of
like they can't, because of the facial cancers they had.
Yeah.
The teeth had to be worked on differently.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They were brittle.
Sure. So, like, which is ironic because you can't eat peanut brittle with that.
No,
You know what I mean? It's
you're
like the
off of brittle for the rest of your life.
You're brittle-less.
But you live, Pat. You live.
Is living without brittle? Living?
I don't know. A life without brittle.
One of my favorite public access shows from the early 90s, Life Without Brittle. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break. See you back. going to be a Rabberoo.
The old Humday Rabberoozy.
For a Wednesday in a break room CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
Yeah, I think we're going to get a little bitchy and then we're going to bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and a whole bunch more, but we are already late. And I'm getting a look from Kimmy that we got to get out of here. And she actually controls the Big Kimmy controls everything behind the scenes.
Kimmy?
She pulls the strings and makes it sound like we're like doing things over here, but we get off the air and it's bad.
All right.
She hits us with bars of soap, much like Pete was whipped with walking into the union meetings.
For his cake job.
We made the most money. They got the cake job. It's a real shame they're shipping these jobs overseas.
Yeah, what happened?
This is the weirdest thing. For Kimmy?
Yep.
Rocking her Adidas 3-stripe sweatshirt like she's a member of Korn this morning.
Is that a Korn thing?
You don't remember that?
No.
Maybe you were too young.
Yeah.
For Tommy Ulay,
Yeah.
who looks like a literal shriveled up piece of corn. My name's Pat Tommy. We'll see you tomorrow morning to the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.